Hello, YouTube audience. You have clicked on the Shaggy Dog Philosopher. I am the Shaggy Dog Philosopher. What am I saying? You've clicked into the Shaggy Dog Chew Toys series with the Shaggy Dog Philosopher. I am the Shaggy Dog Philosopher, and I am going to be intellectually and the idiom of my father chewing on the ass of several public intellectuals from the past 100 years or so. And this is part 4 of our hate read of Jane Roberts' book, The Afterdeath Journal of an American Philosopher. That American philosopher is William James. On previous episodes, we're not going to do a lot of this previous episode talk. I just gave myself exactly enough time to eat and forget that I was doing this. So cleaning up a little bit of my own mess here, giving myself some room, getting myself organized, and remembering the order in which I've promised myself and you that I'm going to do this. And so today is going to be very different from, well, I say that. It's going to be the same thematically, but it's going to be different in depth than the last 3. We're going to stay on the theme of reading more than one book, reading from more than one book, to contextualize and meta-textualize what's happening with Jane Roberts. And because I'm the very best, I forgot to turn on my audio recording, so we're going to say hello to the podcast and Patreon audience here live on YouTube and Twitter. Thank you again, Twitter audience, if you're there in the future or if you're there now, for putting up with me. Here we go. Thank you for clicking into the Shaggy Dog Philosopher. You know me by this point. If you're here from the Patreon. If you got here from Spotify, I'm highly impressed that you chose to click into something this eclectic and strange, and thank you for being here. I should probably have an audio version or an audio podcast up on Audible. I'll look into that, actually. I sell enough of Audible's material that it only makes sense. And for the radio-only audience, I forgot to put on my hat because my hair is still wet, because I'm not trying to create a fourth wall. I don't mind you showing up to my cottage while I'm effectively naked. I'm supposed to be a shaman. All right, the hat only is supposed to really only go on for ritual magic. And that might be why it makes me itch during a lot of what we're reading, because we are reading a lot of things that are meant to be read in a ritual magic setting. And for personal and spiritual reasons, I am trying to limit the amount of actual magic I'm casting from this chair. So, we read last time from, excuse me for not knowing these names, I'm just the very worst at names. We read from Jean-Claude Schmitt's, I don't know if he's French or German, but we read from Jean-Claude Schmitt's Ghosts in the Middle Ages, I believe is the proper title. And these are going to give me agony again today. I'm going to have to retie them. But that's for another time as well. Yeah, that looks kind of cool. We read a little bit from his work, and we're going to do that again today. We're going to read some more. We're probably going to end up reading that whole book to partner with Jane Roberts, because it makes sense to me to do that for you. I apologize for my weird autistic inability to just wear a hat and not find it itchy and unpleasant on my head, especially for the radio audience that has to sit in silence as I fidget and not know that I'm fidgeting. That makes these lives valuable, and I should probably, well, it's going to require your help, but one of the things that I should invest in is a stand. like a camera stand for my phone, so I can put these on Twitter, and I can just go live on video on. I meant to say TikTok, not Twitter. I can go live that way on X, Twitter, whatever. And so this is where I've told you what we're going to do today. We're going to talk about this book. We're going to do a deep. We're going to do a deep dive, deep read into this book, The Demonologist, because as you can see, this book, The Demonologist by Gerald Brittle, kind of set the foundation for what everybody knows about Ed and Lorraine Warren. This book picks up in their lives the day after they closed the Perrin case. Effectively, the day after their lives that they closed the Perrin case. That case, the Perrin case, that becomes the first Conjuring book, that is the House of Light, House of Darkness, where we began in episode 1, set the stage for so much of the American paranormal, ghost, UFO, all of it. It set the stage for so much of the 1980s, 1990s, the satanic panic of the 1980s and 1990s. A lot of it started at this book, The Demonologist by Gerald Brittle. And I don't mean to say that Gerald Brittle wrote a bad book that is uncritical, that is credulous, and that is the reason the satanic panic played out the way it is. But I need to look into some of the options on this live while we're doing this real quick. And I'm very sorry that you have to watch me learn how to do this, but you get to watch me learn and adapt on the fly. And it's a big part of what we're doing here. Buy this book. Seriously, do buy this book. And if you don't want to own this book, something I've been thinking about is we can set up a wish list of the books that I endorse on this, and this is a great read. I highly endorse it. This is going to be a sales pitch, not a criticism of this book. I think what we can do is we can set up an Amazon wish list, and you can send me physical copies of this, and then we can donate those physical copies to libraries or something like that. I think something like that would be very interesting to get books that we as a group agree are good reads, but also good authors that should be read more widely than the things that are being read widely. Interesting that I couldn't say that twice fast. Okay. Taken exactly 7 minutes to tell you what I plan to do. And so now I need to transition into that. I've talked a lot in the first 3 about the Warrens. And now what I want to do is I want to warn you that this is probably going to take the better part of an hour, what I have planned for you. And so from the standpoint of Mr. Brittle, Mr. Brittle's agent, Mr. Brittle's publisher, what I'm going to do is going to look a lot like theft. It's going to look very much like I've gone through and I've cut out all of the meat of this book and I've given you no reason to buy it and read it for yourself. And I want to insist, A, that I haven't done that, and B, that what I want to do is I want to show how good a writer Mr. Brittle is, and that I'm cutting out all the relevant information about psychology, ghosts, and hauntings, but specifically possession. I'm looking for possession, and what I was looking for is a particular quote here at the end. And so we're going to start at the end, because this is what I want you thinking about. Because as I was reading Jane Roberts the first time, I bought this book after reading as much of Jane Roberts as you've seen that I've read. I bought this book after reading as much of the second Conjuring, the House of Darkness, House of Light book, as you know I've read. If you've watched these, all 4 of these now. But this isn't the quote. I may have made a mistake. Give me a moment. He talks in here, and what I ended last time talking in an unfocused and sort of even psychologically illiterate way about DID, that is dissociative identity disorder, which used to be known as multiple personality disorder. And I got to thinking after what happens after I turn these off is I get to thinking, okay, well, I'm going to come back to it. So what am I going to do next? And then the reason that I, in fact, haven't returned is because I get to thinking about your consumption. How easy is it to keep up with me if I go for 8 hours a day on this? Impossible. It's impossible for you to keep up. It's impossible for you to want to keep up. That's not interesting. Especially because I want you to take in all of what I'm saying. I do want you to in and out, in and out, in and out, and then watch it again, and in and out, and watch it again, in and out. And so if I go 8, 10, 12 hours, if I do this like a live streamer, like a Twitch gamer, what I have to do is I have to pepper what I'm saying with meaning only when I have a big audience, like peak hours, then I say interesting things. Otherwise, I mostly just do crowd work is what they call it among comedians. And we're not there, and B, that's not what this is. This is about how it's about how I wind down my intellectual day. So when I worked for somebody else, I put all of the most difficult thinky bits at the end of my day, because if you wear out your mind on the thinky bits early, you're not going to want to think, and you're not going to have the energy to think at the end of the day. And then in my case, if I don't have the cognitive energy to do something, I am going to check out. I'm going to check out, and I'm going to check out mentally, but I'm also going to check out emotionally, and I'm going to do it in a very real and in the eyes of many people, very, very abrupt and harmful way. They don't like it. So what I'm going to do is, instead of that, I'm going to let you watch me comb out my mustache, because I forgot I was on camera for a moment. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the hardest part of what I think about in these at the end. So I want you to just relax through it, and we'll find another way to do more of me TikTok style as we move forward. More ways for me to live stream and engage with you. And if that means that what I need to do is hook my Switch up to this and play a game that's not going to get me copyright struck on Twitch, I can go back to gaming and philosophy, which was my original goal. My original goal, as talking to myself, was that very thing, was to just video game and then talk about whatever I was learning. And that didn't hit people. It did that didn't work. And that's fine. I like that. But we can work our way back to that if that's something that you want to be interested in. But anyway, I was thinking about multiple personalities. And so I thought, well, what I've been doing is organizing the books I want to read, because they're books that I have effectively memorized, or I know what I want them to say. And so what I don't want to do is get so far ahead of myself in these lives, since I can't record and edit my work because my equipment is bad. I need the money, or the donations, or the gifts, or the sponsorships. Those are all things that other people have, that they're allowed to have, and that we should actually think of as aspirational. Until then, I have to work within my means. And one of my means is to listen to public speakers, listen to lecture conversations, and to engage in the public sphere for 8 to 10 hours a day. And today I plan to do this for about 4. That's what I have in my mind. I have scripted for you. So what I did is, I could remember Ed had something to say about multiple personalities in this book. I could remember that, but I couldn't remember specifically what it was. So what I did is I just went through and I highlighted every time he talks about psychology, every time he talks about ghosts, and every time he talks about demons and the possession experience. until I found the quote that I was looking for about multiple personalities. And so what I want to do is I'm going to read for you that quote because that's what I want you thinking about. And then we're going to expand this out, remembering what we have read, and then thinking about what we will have read from this book as we move further into the things that I want to show you, as we're going to cross-reference that with ghosts as we read some more from Ghosts of the Middle Ages, and then we're going to cross-reference that with some other things that might pop into my head in an effort to push back Jane Roberts for the last hour of what I plan to be 4 hours. I'm going to ask you for a frankly huge amount of patience and intellectual relaxation. I haven't talked to you about this before, and I'm moving into my third 7 minutes, which means I am rambling, I am putting this off, and I am taking too long, and I do appreciate that. I'm also doing a social experiment as I watch people pop in as I'm explaining what I'm going to do and then pop back out, because this beginning part is not going to be something that many people know they want to hear. So what I'm not going to be doing is just reading it straight. We're going to continue like we have been. I'm going to read the passage, I'm going to contextualize it, and I'm going to tell you why it matters to you today. Because it might seem random that we're talking about Ed and Lorraine Warren so much. But I assure you, I promise you, you will understand. The Demonologist, George Brittle. Gerald Brittle. Great book. Absolutely send money to Gerald Brittle. Send it to him first. But don't be afraid to tip your philosopher. Seriously. Okay. We're not going to say page number and paragraph count every time. But for our purposes, this book was, let's see, it doesn't tell me what edition number it is, but this edition was republished in 2013. Not irrelevant. I want to say that Andrea's book, her first one, was 2012. So this book was originally published in 1980, and this copyright edition is 2013. So this book was decidedly published in response to, I mean, it says it right there on the cover, right? The Conjuring universe. It was right there, responding to Andrea Perron's House of Darkness, House of Light, because the Conjuring book, or I'm sorry, the first movie, The Conjuring, the first movie is based on House of Darkness, House of Light. It is not based on the Warrens' accounts, because if you look into it, and you don't have to dig that hard, Andrea talks about it a lot since 2020. They refused to give the Warrens the rights to their story in 78 when this book was being written. So the Perrons and this gentleman Brittle, they have history. I don't know that they have beef, because Andrea Perron hasn't said his name, but she and the Warrens have serious beef. And so this book, and why I want to talk about what Ed is talking about, ghosts, demons, black magic, these spooky things that you're not supposed to talk about, I'm going to explain to you as we read why it's relevant, why it matters, and why you should read this entire book. It's a good book. It really is a good book. He did a fantastic job. He edited this together so well. It's an investigative journalism style biography, and it really is a page turner. I forgot how much of a joy it was to read it. He's a great writer. Fantastic. Highly recommend. A++. Especially in the paranormal. I'm ready. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so Ed Ed's talking about possessions, etc., and we're going to back up into that. We're going to end where we began. And he's explaining why demons do what demons do, why the possession is happening at all, and what an intellect or an intelligence or an entity of the nature and style of a demon, why it would have any interest in inhabiting and using a human body. And that's where we're going to end, is on his answer, because it's a good answer and it's interesting to think about. And I want you thinking about it as we move back into Ghosts of the Middle Ages and back into Jane. So this is what Ed says at one point. He says, the body will be a house for one or more entities. And then he skips along to say that the bottom line is that there's nothing psychological about true cases of demonic possession. In one major case of possession, the exorcist called as many as 98 different entities out of the body of the possessed, each and every one which answered to a name. And he's got a banger in there, an exclamation point, because Ed Warren was a decidedly charismatic speaker. And this is being said in 1978. Although psychologists often mistake the phenomenon for multiple personality, the only multiplicity involved is the multitude of spirits possessing the victim's body. Okay, so if we think back to episode 1 of, that's the quote that I wanted to pull out. That's where we're beginning. And now we're going to move backward into the text. But if we think, and I'm going to set that up by moving backward into what we've read and what we've discussed with Jane Roberts. She made a point, I believe it was 3 times in her opening 3 chapters of the introduction, to tell us that that possession is impossible. And so now what I want to do is take the counterfactual of what a devoted Catholic mystic had to say about possession. And then in this book, the author is actually going to do an amazing job of subtly sliding in the post-it card of where Ed got all his ideas. And we are going to highlight that without going into that guy's work. I have gone into that guy's work, and it's identical. So just quoting out pieces that I like so we can keep this thing moving as quick as possible. This is just a quote from our author. As Ed explains it, quote, the existence of spirits is not a matter of belief. It's a matter of evidence. In fact, the question is not so much a matter of whether the phenomena is there, but why it is there and why it is so incredibly meddlesome in human affairs. He goes on to say, Ed does, that in my lifetime, I've seen many, many materialized ghosts. He's saying this to he's saying this to a person over a microphone, because he's in front of a group of people giving a lecture. The ghosts you saw in these slides tonight were photographed by me or by psychic photographers working with me on investigations. Later this year, in fact, we were going to England to try to get a photograph of the Brown Lady of Raynham Hall, Lady Dorothy Walpole, one of the most famous ghosts there is. Not far from there is Borley, the most haunted area in England. Both Lorraine and I have seen the Borley nun walking along the road, and this time we'll try to photograph her too. This is the kind of things that Ed does, is he makes a lot of promises, because the paranormal was not big business until Ed got in it in the 60s. Taking a sip from a glass of ice water, Ed continues, as for levitations, yes, I have seen levitations of all kinds. This case I showed you tonight was demoniacally active, not ghosts. During the progress of the case, I witnessed a 400-pound refrigerator lift off the floor. In another case, I watched a console television set rise slowly in the air, then come down with a deafening explosive crash. Yet not one tube was broken. There's a banger there. Exclamation point. Those are just 2 instances that come to mind, although levitations occur in many cases where spirits, both human and inhuman, are behind the disturbances. So to answer your question, sir, yes, I have seen a ghost. Yes, I have seen levitations occur. And here's the thing. Ed recorded, and he'll tell you later in the text, but Ed recorded thousands of hours of video and audio And none of it shows any of this. There are no photographs of any of this stuff, and they claim to always have cameras. So be credulous that he's seen any of the things he says, especially when there's a banger in the text. The Brittle is a brilliant, brilliant writer. Ed points to a tall blonde-haired lady who stands up to speak. And the Amityville Horror, the author cites an old belief that evil spirits can't cross over water, she says. Is that true? No. That's just an old superstition, Ed tells her. And then moving on, Lorraine calls on a teenage boy who'd sat up by the front of the stage, and he asks, "Well, what do you mean by supernatural?" And Lorraine says, if you looked up if you looked the work up in a dictionary, you'd find that supernatural means activity caused by God or his angels. And now here's the thing. She doesn't say the word. I don't believe that in minimum 2 editions, this author made a typo here twice. I don't believe that. She says the work because Lorraine, besides being what she is, she's also a medium and a mystic. And she believes that she was trained to be a medium in Catholic girls' school by, mediumistic nuns. She continues, but most people don't relate to the term that way. So instead, we use the word in the way it's most commonly understood. That is, activity caused by any force or agent that is not part of our physical, earthly realm. Technically, the phenomena caused by inhuman spirits are called preternatural activity. To put it another way, the phenomena caused by inhuman spirits could be considered negative miracles. And now I'm not arguing with them. When she talks in the text, it's 1980. There's a distinct Brittle doesn't like her. And that's in the voicing of the quotes he chooses, but also kind of the way he describes her behavior. But then what I want you to see here is that they kind of gish gallop off of one another, where one will make a claim, and then before anybody in the audience can think credulously or credibly about that, I meant to say credibly, can think credibly about that claim, the other one will just start in with a completely different claim. And so if you know anything about the Romani as an example, and I shouldn't use them because people treat them really poorly, but if you know anything about trickster couples, if you know anything about huckster couples, that's how they get you, is they keep shifting the conversation to things that you like. Every time you think, well, wait a minute, is that consistent? Does that stack up? One of the other one will just start talking about something you like, and you go, oh, well, I like that. And it's about breaking down your resistance. And so because they wear the sheepskin of Christianity in the 1970s, and then into the 80s and the 90s, and they only died as recently, I think, as 2019 is when the last one, maybe we lost one of them during COVID. The point remains that they're trying to break down your resistance to their claims by keeping you off your guard with things you like hearing. And so Ed jumps in here to say, well, to point to a woman in the middle of the crowd who asked, if I were to die tomorrow, would I become a ghost? And Ed responds to her with, it's possible, but not probable. Still, if you died suddenly and unexpectedly, say in an accident, and you refuse to accept the fact that you're physically dead, then quite likely you would remain earthbound until such time as you realize that you were out of the game, that you are dead. In the meantime, while you're trying to sort this problem out as a spirit, you'd probably remain earthbound in familiar surroundings, like your home. Nothing would be seem different to you. You'd be able to see and hear other members of your family just like before, but they wouldn't be able to see or hear you. What's the matter? You might ask. Why don't they pay attention to me? So, frustrated, you find a way, through mind over matter, to start causing objects to move, or you slam doors in order to get attention. Of course, all you're really succeeding in doing is scaring the wits out of your family. I chose to change his syntax, and I don't feel bad about that. At the time, your folks might get hold of Lorraine and me, who would then come to the house and have a little discussion with you as a spirit, so you'd be able to pass over correctly. And so everything you know from the Hollywood mythos of ghosts and the way that after death works, it's all wrapped up here. This was published in 80. This audience that he's speaking to was in 1978. 1978 is when the Afterdeath Journal of an American Philosopher was published. 1978 is when the worst of the Andrea Perron family, or I'm sorry, the Andrea Perron family's uh, experiences happened. So the 70s were an active time in American supernatural circles, and also highly active as far as the parapsychology goes. So the researchers, I don't remember his name. I'm never gonna, and I'm not gonna look for it right now. Henson, I think, is his last name. The guy who wrote The Trickster and the Paranormal. I think his last name is Henson. I'm not looking for it right now. I'm not sorry about that either. Um, I think he did the majority of his work in the actual year 1978. There was a lot of public money in ghosts back then, a lot of public money in ghosts back then. But this lecture continues, and I believe this is Ed. Nope, this is Lorraine speaking, who says our investigations involve going ahead with the séance. And so they're talking about a particular investigation, and she does seances. So when Jane Roberts, and this is, I got really upset last episode of what we're doing because Jane Roberts keeps having William James for day after day after day after day of his creative output with her body explain what seances are and that he was obsessed with them in life or something. And so I wanted to clip out what Loren has to say here about seances. And she continues, therefore, we returned to the Amityville house at a later date to conduct a night seance before television cameras and recording equipment, as we'd been requested to do. All in all, I believe there were 17 people present. And here's the thing, they talk about, and they did a lot of work in front of TV and not TV, but video and audio recording equipment. And just none of it's none of it's filtered out into the public milieu as valid, credible proof, evidence. And that is damning. It's been a long time. And their kid, I don't think their kid is involved in their museum at all. If she is, since their passing, it has been a 180 on her personality. I needed to get that out because she doesn't show up in what I'm going to read from the book. So moving on, 3 psychic mediums, including myself, participated in the sitting, Lorraine relates. The other 2 psychics were Mrs. Alberta Riley and Mrs. Mary Pasquarella, probably not Pasquarella. Both Mary and Alberta are exceptionally fine trance mediums, both professionals, of course, both dear friends of ours as well. Before the seance was held, Ed used religious that's hard for me to say, provocation. Provocation. That's provocation, I think is how that word is said. I'm sorry. We knew that if an inhuman spirit was present, it would be provoked to react by exposure to holy objects. However, we did not know how it would react. Ed goes on to tell them that a ghost experience did happen, and I'm not trying to spoil this book, and I'm not trying to talk about the ghost experiences. I'm trying to talk about how they describe this as we work our way toward multiple personalities at the end. A person asks, how do you know these demonic spirits you talk about aren't really something human, just mean ghosts? And Lorenz says, sir, sometimes in the beginning of a case, you can't tell the difference between a negative human spirit and a negative inhuman spirit. Both can be extremely malicious, and sometimes they can even work together. Only the demonic, however, has the power to bring about such incredible negative phenomena as fires, explosions, dematerialization, teleportation, and levitation of large objects. More than that, in cases of possession, the spirit comes through very clearly. It says what it is. Sometimes it calls itself by name. If you listen to a tape recording of the possessed, you would have no trouble recognizing the difference between a human and an inhuman spirit. And so a woman asks, well, why don't you play them here? And they go on to whinge and say they're boring because they're terribly boring. And for the most part, you've probably seen Ghost Hunters. I mean, it was just everywhere. It was everything for like 20 years to begin this century. It's just tedious. It's so boring. And even if there is something there, it's so boring that people aren't willing to give you, they're not even willing to give you anything but weird looks for spending the time looking for it. So another person asked, why so much interest these days in spirits and supernatural phenomena? And Loren cuts in with, well, people have always been interested in the occult. And then the author, no, I'm sorry, I do want to expand this answer. She says then, but in the last 10 years, the public has been exposed to so much information on the subject. This is again 1978. By 1978, she's telling you that the audience had been exposed to so much information on the subject of spirits and the supernatural that they're trying to come to grips with it. Wherever we go, people have read The Exorcist. They've come about our involvement in the Amityville case. They know, or I'm sorry, they want to know more. They want to learn how and why these terrifying phenomena occur and what's behind them. The argument that spirits are an illusion or a psychological quirk doesn't hold water anymore. People want to know the truth, even if the answer is downright unpleasant. And this is important. I was recently introduced to the work of David Berlinski, and I like David Berlinski. In fact, hello, second person. I didn't say hello to the first. I need to get better at that. Maybe people will stick around. I'm sorry for that. Um, I've been listening to David Berlinski, and he said effectively the same thing, that starting around 1960, enough people had college educations that people really wanted to understand what was going on. And then by 1970, people realized that the academic institution was just another religion telling them what to believe and what to think and not to think about it, and getting it wrong. Just as bad as Christianity was getting it wrong. By 1970, the reason that I keep repeating into this microphone that the reason after 1970, if you want to talk about medical history, you have to start your dividing line at 1970. You have before 1970 and you have after 1970. Before 1970, children died at something remarkable like a 65% rate, and mothers died at something similar to that. Before 1970, it was, hey, Jen, it was extremely difficult to survive childhood for the mother and for the child. After 1970, that became better. I know that's a fact because in the years after 2016, during Trump's presidency, it became really popular for people with an interest in medical history and medical statistics and medical conversation to publish articles about how the Trump administration was encouraging white doctors to murder black women by not giving them proper medical care. And their historical dividing line is 1970 because it got so good after 1970 that there actually became a racial divide in care. And what that means is there became an actual status symbol in having healthcare after 1970 because it became so good. There was a eugenic push to make sure that only rich people could have children, which is why today rich people are refusing to have heterosexual sex. These are all very real things. They're all straight line arrows from individual people. These are ideas that I'm proving it. I don't have to just keep saying this as maxims. I'm reading this stuff to you so you can see it, so you can go, oh, maybe that guy's not as dumb as they sounded like when I first clicked it. Yeah, he says things like that. But people have absolutely not always been interested in the occult. What is true to say is people with names like Lauren have always been interested in the cult. That is to say, women of a certain class. That has always been true. That's not even sexist. It's an observation from a person wearing a shaggy dog's hat. The author, I did that long piece to get you to forget what Lauren had just said so that I can get to the author speaking directly to us. The Warrens speak matter-of-factly about the existence of spirits. How do they reply to the assertion that there is no such thing as spirits? And Ed says, there has never been a person, past or present, who could disprove the existence of the supernatural. Fact. Even people as motivated to do that as Thomas Edison and what's his name? I was talking about him a lot last time, Houdini. They couldn't disprove it. You can't disprove a negative any more than you can prove a negative. Ed and Lorraine, I think her name is actually pronounced Lorraine. But anyway, Ed and Lorraine, they want to live in that liminal space that parapsychology created for itself. And they want to do it credulously as Catholics by calling themselves things like Catholic medium or demonologist. In the 70s, that sounds very fancy and very legitimate because I wrote an essay about this, about expertise, because in the 70s, we didn't understand that you could have too many cooks in the kitchen as far as people with college educations. And by 78, we hadn't figured that out yet. We didn't figure that out until, well, honestly, I don't think we've figured it out yet. So this is what Ed continues to say. He says, but given the same considerations any individual would have in a court of law, I could, if called upon for a proper reason, prove that ghosts exist, that apparitions exist, that haunted houses exist, that supernatural phenomena exist, and that the inhuman demonic spirit exists. And this is what I'm talking about. He's relying on a court of law standard of truth or of proof, and what that is he's relying on a Socratic dialectic definition of truth and proof. And so what he's actually doing is pre-Platonic. He's insisting that the world of forms as Socrates developed it is real. And so what he's actually doing from a postmodern or a metamodern standpoint is he's being relativistic. He's saying that everything is real just because somebody thought it. And I've talked about this a lot into this microphone. I don't even remember which episodes at this point, but I call that Rule 33. If you've thought it, it exists. It's not a real rule in the same way that Rule 34 isn't a real rule. But people believe that and they make decisions based on it. I've been telling you that, and instead of just saying it, I'm proving it. Look at how much of what we're going to talk about we still have left to go, and that's his foundational worldview. Is that quote from Obi-Wan Kenobi? Everything is true from a certain perspective, and if you're able to shift your mind into that perspective or do that particular mental gymnastics to get yourself there, then you're not speaking lies. And what that is beating a lie detector test. Well, if you don't believe that you're lying, then you're not lying. And so what he's doing is he's actually trying to beat a sort of Pascal's wager lie detector test of God. And so when we were talking about, I say we a lot, I mean you and me, but you're not doing the talking, are you? When I was talking about psychopomps and why or whether psychopomps are necessary for you and where they went, where they came from, what's going on here. He's trying to play psychopomp for you. He's trying to say that he can get you to the proper afterlife. That's what that passage we just said, that if you have a ghost, what did he just say? He said, you'll call us and we'll come and talk to you in a spirit dream. We're going to come and do things that are not possible. They're not even verifiable as impossible. Who knows what he's doing in his dreams? How can we know? How can we not know? The point is that as we move forward into Jane Roberts, she's going to say that she has a higher degree of proof because she at least has manuscripts that she can claim wrote themselves. I can't say that I haven't thought that that might be a proof for why my work is worth reading for you myself. So I'm not being critical of her for that. That's a thought that human beings have. And what I want you to see is that human beings have been having these thoughts for tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of years. Not by the end of this. That's not what this is about. We're going to move forward. If there's one message, says the writer, that Ed and Lorraine Warren want to get across, it's that the occult is basically an accident waiting to happen. And now Ed says, in the last decade, there's been 100-fold increase in negative occult practices, and that's an unsupportable claim. So we're just going to move on because I didn't highlight that. I just wanted you to see the kind of unsupportable claims that he's making because of his relativistic worldview. When you have a relativistic worldview, you're playing whose line is it anyway, and whoever can make the most outrageous and most unprovable claim wins, because that's where the money's at. In a very real way, that's where the money's at. People, if what you want from me is for me to teach you how to get real wealth that I don't have and that I will never get because I'm unwilling to get it, I'm unwilling to make the compromises of myself, and we'll see what those compromises look like as we move through this and as we move through Jane Roberts. If you want to make real wealth, all you have to do is compromise everything about yourself and do everything that's wrong, and you will make amazing wealth. I know that because I told you in the description of this that I was probably going to end up talking about Odin. Odin's most beloved hero is blessed with everything good from that you can buy with money by Odin, and he's cursed with everything bad that can happen to you as a homesteader by Thor. Midas, I've talked about in a lot of podcasts. Thank you for agreeing with me, Jen. The first time I read this, I didn't highlight very many passages, but I do want to bring attention to this passage that I highlighted, or highlight this passage that I brought attention to myself. This is from Much Deeper Past Me to You. I believe this is Ed speaking. Psychologically, oppression by human spirits can result in unshakable depression, unpleasant habits like drinking or insomnia, even impulses towards suicide. Physical effects can range from lingering illnesses to jabs of acute pain that have no medical origin in the body. Thank you, Jen. So do I. I actually, last night after I finished this, I sat down to relax, and I thought I was only going to listen to 45 minutes of. I love Heilung. I sat down to this part of this was inspired by Heilung. In fact, um, I sat down to listen to a lecture about the Vikings. I thought I'm only going to listen to a half hour, and I ended up listening to 14 hours. So that's how my mind works. That's what I binge listen to or binge watch. But the reason I read that highlighted passage, and the reason I highlighted it to myself, maybe in the first place, was because we will someday, I will learn. I'm not going to do it right now. Someday I will learn how to share my desktop with you, and then I will risk accidentally leaving porn open, and I will show you live what Jane Roberts looked like at the end of her life. And it was bad. She looked like I feel most days, like God's giant hand had reached down with a hot, dry towel and squeezed her until all that was left was a broken mummy of a human being. And now I've talked about it, and there is a certain there is a certain amount of negative criticism to be taken out of a person whose body shrivels up like that when they do the kinds of things that she's doing, because to call again on the Norse system, but also the Greek system and the broadly Indo-European systems, beautiful people, they weren't just physically beautiful. People who had good interior souls also literally glow with light in their stories, and that makes them sexually attractive. That's a very interesting note to that I found in the Nordic stuff I was listening to last night. And so if I'm patting myself on the back for a moment for having deep past me left future me notes, we're going to read another cutout from the first time I read this. Ed is telling us what a ghost is responsible for, and he says, the answer is that an emotional interlink has usually taken place. This is how ghosts are able to haunt you. For example, you have an old house in which someone committed suicide 100 years ago. And I am sorry for those of you who are sensitive to violence, who are sensitive to self-violence. And I am sorry to YouTube that I'm not going to be self-censoring when these words come up. In the meantime, a half dozen families may live there and never once experience anything strange. And I also want to begin here because the Perrin family and the Conjuring movie deeply affected me. And I'm not going to apologize every time somebody leaves that I cut in. I have to do this for fair use reasons. The House of Darkness, House of Light has affected me. It's affected me in a negative way, but it's affected me in that deep kind of I'm never going to walk away from it without resolving it kind of way. And everything that he's saying, the reason I highlighted this passage to myself is because I thought eventually I was going to go through here and I was going to find every time he mentions the Perrin family. Well, he doesn't do it very much. I think he only does it exactly twice. And this extended passage that I'm reading right now and that I'm going to start over, he is specifically talking. Ed Warren is specifically talking about the Perrin family, because I'm going to look up into the camera. I don't know if that's weird or not, but Ed was shook the fuck up by what happened with the Perrin family. Shook the fuck up. Okay, now that's probably weird, so I'm not going to do that a lot. We're going to start over. For example, says Ed, you have an old house in which someone committed suicide 100 years ago. That's the claim the Perrin families make about their ghost, if you've seen that movie. In the meantime, a half dozen families may live there and never once experience anything strange. And that's the thing that's why Andrea has to read the book or write the book, is because nothing happened before or after. In fact, one of the guys that started one of the paranormal societies, the Atlantic, it's called TAPS. The guy who started TAPS, his daughter owns it now, the Conjuring House, and there's just no activity there. And so Ed's going, well, something happened to that family because it shook me the fuck up, shook me all the way the fuck up. But I'm not allowed to talk about it. So here we're going to talk about it. So families may live there and never experience anything strange. Then one day in moves someone who's also bent on self-destruction. And I'm not here to spoil House of Dark, House of Light, and I'm not here to constantly talk about Andrea Perron. It messed me up. That book bothered me. It bothered me deeply. But that's what I kept getting out of Carolyn, is that Carolyn she was literally hell bent on self-destruction. And man, it manifested as the worst kind of things. We'll get into that book next. I'll read the first House of Dark, House of Light in toto if I don't get sued for reading this one. These ones. Immediately, activity starts up, and it is immediate. An emotional interaction has occurred. The person hell-bent on self-destruction, what they have used to be called borderline personality disorder, and they fall in love with the house, and then they rapidly fall out of love with the house. And then what they do is they do a Romeo and Juliet style, I'm going to throw myself off this balcony if you don't love me, with the house. And so that the house won't stay clean. Yeah, you can. I don't want to use these words. They're going to get me banned. Do you understand what I'm saying? The basic depression begins at your house won't clean itself. And that's real. You can find that in all of the fairy tales. That's what the fairy tale about the cobbler, right? The fairies that make the dude shoes for him or whatever. That's what it is. The job is something that on Twitter I try to engage with people on, and they won't bite. What's the difference in work and a job? What's the difference in being a slave and being a serf? What's the difference in being a serf and having a job? What's the difference in being a freeman and being employed at a factory? What's the difference in food slavery and wage slavery? All of these different things, and people don't want to engage with it. But it is right here in this ghost stuff. All of these deep, deep, deep philosophical topics that people want to shy away from, or they want to, well, you can make up whatever you want because, Platonism means you can just say whatever the hell you want. You can also find it and meaningfully discuss it at a deep and meaningful and engaging level in ghost stories, horror movies. I endorsed horror movies either in episode 2 or 3, and I insist they squick me out. I can't deal with the violence personally in my eyeballs, but someday someone will call me the philosopher of extreme violence because we have to look at it forthrightly. It's like putting batteries in a flashlight, Ed continues. A connection is made between compatible emotions. And now, if you remember from last time, and I know you don't, and that's fine, I love you for that. Jane was waxing poetic and way too much in William James' Ghost's voice, no less, about the importance of emotions. So I'm going to read that sentence again. An emotional interaction has occurred. It's like putting batteries in a flashlight. A connection is made between compatible emotions. Take another example. Up until maybe 50 years ago, women gave birth at home. And again, a lot of the reason that I have to talk ahead of what's going on is I have to predict this text. Yes, I've read this book in toto, but that doesn't matter. I have to predict the text, A, to support it, and B, so that I'm not just a reader. I'm not reading this. I'm trying to get you thinking about this topic. Up until maybe 50 years ago, women gave birth at home, and sometimes these women would die in childbirth, and sometimes nothing. It was way more than 50%. Now, a woman who very much wanted to bear a child and be a good mother would hardly want to die at the point of delivery, so she might remain earthbound in the home, emotionally fixated to the place. 100 years later, a family with a newborn baby moves in. All of a sudden, the ghost of a Victorian woman is seen in the nursery. The presence of the child has triggered an emotional response. This kind of haunting phenomenon is very common and has happened more times than I can count. When I was talking about Andrea Perron's mother, her name is Carolyn. I have to work backward to get to Carolyn's name, and you're just going to have to deal with that. I'm not apologizing for it. Carolyn When I was describing, I lost my mind late last year, and I found myself in therapy, and so I put myself back together after a very real and very serious ego death experience with the House of Darkness, House of Light books, which was a mistake. Thank God I had my therapist, because I talked through it with her about how it was driving me absolutely crazy. And what she said is, yeah, Carolyn sounds like she's not allowed, and I am not allowed to say her name. And none of this is ethical, what I'm telling you. None of this happened. This is all fictional. This is a thought experiment that I had. What Justy would, damn it, what my therapist would have said if this had happened. And what my therapist would have said if I had said this, because it didn't actually happen, is that what Carolyn was struggling with was postpartum depression. Now, I can't prove that. And my therapist didn't actually say this, and her name's not really Justy, because if she had, that would have been a major breach of her ethical rights, and that's not what was happening. We were having a discussion about a fictional set of events, if it had happened at all, and it was in my mind, because I'm crazy. Remember, I said that I had a psychotic break. But what he's describing here is Carolyn Perrin, in my opinion, allegedly. And what he is telling us outright is that most haunting experiences are postpartum depression. In the 70s, having postpartum depression was a death sentence for you or someone. It was untreated, undiagnosed, and there was absolutely no sympathy, not from your mom, not from the women in your church, not from nobody, nowhere. It was horrible. And I do believe that's what that is what being hell bent toward a self end is that postpartum depression. And I've talked about it. Thank God for experimental psychology, Jen. Thank God. The difference in experimental and clinical here is why I'm willing to argue with Jane Roberts so much. Experimental psychology cares about you so much more than clinical does. Clinical is just trying to get a paycheck. Experimental psychology is provided by their paycheck is provided by the state, and they're good. They deeply care about you, and they want to know, why the hell do women drown their children? What the fuck is that about? And they got an answer, and they have a good one, and there are great resources in place if you have thoughts like, maybe I should just drown my baby. Maybe then I wouldn't be sad anymore. Those are real thoughts that real people have always had. The changeling thing. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. It's brave and honest to share, Jen. I mean that. Um, the changeling thing in the English language system is very much postpartum depression. And hello, third person joining me. That was an awkward thing to click in on. We're going to skip further ahead in this book, and I'm going to tease you with a story, because I don't want to steal all of Ed's stories, and I don't want to spoil all of this book for you. And Ed says, why did she stay behind in spirit form, this woman who was hell-bent on her self-end 100 years ago? Because the final thing on her mind was to get home, and that's where she went, but as a spirit. And now, if home is where the heart is, where does a person who's hell-bent to end themselves have their home? Soon after the accident, unusual movements began to occur in the house. After a few months, it became apparent that the source of the activity was the mother spirit. I say apparent because the more sensitive of the children saw her in a semi-materialized state, watering plants, straightening the beds, closing cupboard doors. In the middle of the night when it was cold, she'd shut the windows, things like that. In her new state of awareness, this woman was totally unaware that she was now discarnate. And now I am of the opinion, and because I have a third person join me, hello, thank you for being here. I am of the opinion that this author, Gerald Broder, right here, has included that passage, this quote, out of context of this book, because Ed was fucking shook by Carolyn and Andrea Perrin and what was happening there. And I am of the opinion, having read the first book and 21 official pages of the second book, that the reason he was so badly shook is because the kids had wildly incongruous stories with the mother. and with Andrea. Andrea and Carolyn have desperately incongruous stories in the book, to the point that Andrea has to almost entirely write herself out of the first book. And in my notes, we can go through it. I have published my notes on my Patreon if you want to see every single thought I had in real time of that first and second book. But my point is that in the second book, I read a little bit of it to you in the first, I believe in the first episode of this. This is hard for me to organize my thought around, and it's a big thought. Let me work through it. I'm bad with names. Andrea relies on Cindy, the youngest or the second youngest. I can't remember, but she relies on her a lot for the reports. And this, I'm going to read it again. What he says here, I think he's talking about Cindy. I really do think he's talking about Cindy as opposed to Andrea and Carolyn. And I know you have no context to understand what I'm talking about. I know that. Just let me talk. I say a parent because the more sensitive of the children, Andrea says over and over that the second to youngest was the most sensitive of them. I am convinced in my heart this is about Cindy. Saw the mother from 100 years ago in her semi-materialized state, watering plants, straightening the bed, closing cupboard doors. If you've seen Arrested Development, and you remember the episode where George Michael develops OCD, he develops OCD because his aunt is leaving very real safety hazards all over their cardboard house. Cindy develops a kind of OCD in the book that's weird and really hard to watch. I grew up in just absolutely horrible, horrible abuse. And reading Cindy's response to the environment of their mother, clearly interviewing Cindy shook Ed up. In the middle of the night when it was cold, she'd shut the windows, things like that. She would go around doing things that a mother should do. In her new state of awareness, this woman was totally unaware that she was now discarnate. And the question that I have is, if this mother, this ghost mother, and this is what I never understand about these, and this is what I don't understand about Ed, and I'm eventually going to have to take a smoke break here at some point, but we'll cross that bridge when we cross that bridge. The question I have for Ed and for Andrea and for Carolyn, and I think Cindy is the one of the five girls who's actually left us in real time. I want to know that there's just something there. There's something there, and I lost it. I'm sorry. That happens to me sometimes. I get up on a question that I know I don't have the answer to, and it traumatizes me so bad I forgot I had the question. So we're going to move on. How could a person be oblivious to being a ghost? That's it. That's what it was. How could you have a hell bent, hello second person. How could you be hell bent to self-end? And I'm sorry that you're walking in on this. And also take care of someone else's children in after death. That sounds like hell, and it does not sound like Cindy did not have an abusive relationship with a ghost mom and a real mom. That's friggin' horrible. It's just awful. It's awful. These stories are not, if you take them seriously, oh my goodness. So Ed moves on to answer that question. How could a person be oblivious to being a ghost, by saying something that I found equally abhorrent? It's a lot like an amputation. And this is where your ghost hunters, all of their mythology comes from Ed. He says, a person may think his amputated leg is there when it's not. For the ghost, it's the same thing. Only in the spirit's case, the whole body is amputated away. And I find that terrifying and awful. He goes on, the author goes on to say, communication with the ghostly entity ordinarily takes place by means of mental telepathy. This is the process Lorraine used at West Point, and you don't need to know what that means. But this idea of mental telepathy, this book, I've told you before that all of this going on that I'm talking about happened before the UFO stuff. So the Indrid Cold story, where I can't remember his name, has an alien speak directly into his mind. This stuff was I am talking about the Warrens, Kern. Great to see you. I'm reading, for those of us that are just joining, I'm reading from the Demonologist to set up what I want to talk about in the passage we're going to read from Jane Roberts. So we're going through, and I want to talk about every time Ed Warren has mentioned what haunting is, what possession is, and then we're going to end on whether or not he thinks there's any credibility to Woody Dernberger. Thank you. If there's any credibility to multiple personality disorder, yeah. So Woody Dernberger in the Indrid Cold situation. Um, I don't remember when that happened, but I would be surprised if Indrid Cold weren't after Warren said this stuff about the telepathic, because Ed was trying very hard to get out in front of experimental psychology and the parapsychology, because their publication cycles are on a lot tighter. A lot longer loop. It takes a lot longer for their publications to get in front of the popular audience. So we're going to skip forward again, and then Ed just, I don't even remember what he's talking about here. But he says is the one hitch is that it's impossible for the human brain to distinguish between a real physical sound and the physically created impression of that sound. And yeah, now he's explaining like raps and ghost voices, and then just the communication, like Kerm and I actually we joke and talk about this a lot on Twitter, and we're inviting you, Jen, and anybody else who wants to join us. We talk a lot about that. He was way ahead to get, yes, he was trying to get the money before the institution. That's absolutely right, Kerm. But damn it, I went and forgot what I was going to say because he was so right about that. We talk about sounds. The Schriever, Whitley Schriever talks a lot about telepathy and how this is because he was practicing telepathy and all of that stuff. So Ed is talking things that are in the popular milieu of 1978, 1980. He's absolutely, in my opinion, allegedly in it for the money. Please don't sue me. I don't have any money. So Ed goes on, I believe this is Ed. Yeah, Ed goes on to say a ghost is essentially a passive entity with limited powers and abilities. And that checks out with what Jane Roberts explains, and through the voice of uh, William James. That, remember, well, you don't have to remember. She talked about it, that William James in his voice and also in Seth's voice, she explained that possession can't happen. And so here Ed says a ghost is essentially a passive entity with limited powers and abilities. Usually it will manifest at random, attempt to communicate, and then dissipate from view. And so again, as we look back on what we have read and as we look forward into hour 4 of what we will read, these things check out in 1978 with Jane's claims. I have not been critical. I have been quick to point out that there is not a lot produced over a long period of time because of what he just said, and she's relying on you believing and knowing this, that usually the ghost will manifest at random, attempt to communicate, and then dissipate from view. So what she's saying is, again, that she's actually better than the Warrens because she's made a house, a bet, in order for these ghosts to come and visit her. Ed continues, it works out to a cycle: manifestation, communication, dissipation. And that's what she's showing us. And the way she, well, not even the way the way her husband Rob, that is Jane Roberts, her husband Rob, is editing her seances, because they glue together, because they start where they end. He could not tell us that there's space. So their honesty there means that they at least believe that what they're doing is more real than some of the other stuff they do, like the seances. So Ed continues, and other than make itself known, the ghost only rarely does anything. We come to find the ordinary earthbound human spirit to be a loner, caught up in a personal problem, seeking resolve to its primary nature. The ghost behaved in predictable ways, either wanting to communicate its plight or be left alone to contemplate its own misfortune. However, these other cases bore no markings whatever of the earthbound spirit. The enormous upheaval, the negative phenomena, the shock and terror indicated that something else was at work. And again, what Ed is trying to do, Ed is concerned with separating ghosts from demons, because Ed is not Ed is not a medium of ghosts. Ed is a logist of demons. Loren is the medium for ghosts, and so they need to hit you with this holistic supernatural catch-all. She'll knock out your ghosts, I'll knock out your demons, we'll get high on life. Whatever. I'm not sure where to go from there. I'm not good at that stuff. He goes on. He goes on to explain and describe in vivid detail what ghosts look like and what demons look like when they manifest in the physical. And I want to give you a reason to buy this for yourself and read it for yourself. I'm not here to steal this man's work. I'm here to praise this man's work. The author goes on to ask Ed, could the Warrens' religious beliefs possibly affect what they see? It rather seems that a person could be more prone to perceive supernatural activity if he or she believed in it first, and that's a great question to ask. Our author is really thinking about this stuff. He's really engaged. He really wants to know, and he's doing a really good job of taking Ed at Ed's face value while also giving you the credulous out mid-chapter, mid-paragraph, so you actually have to read his work to get his opinion. And I find that not just engaging and delightful, I find it refreshing, even if he is a journalist. And I'm on the record for saying journalists are the worst people alive. So what a great book. Ed answers that it sounds reasonable that your religious beliefs could set a foundation or a bias to your worldview. He says that sounds reasonable. But what we've seen in our world couldn't have been influenced by what we believe. We have no reason to put our thumb on the scale. We're not Bible thumpers. We don't charge money for our services, and we're both physically and mentally fit. You have to understand that we're called in by other people who are already experiencing troublesome activity. And here I want to pause for a moment. What he's saying, and I think I know, private detective. I think about private detectives a lot, and that's literally what he's doing. Is he's saying he's a private detective of the supernatural, and so he's also in whatever way a monk or an ascetic, in that they absolutely charged. They didn't have a fixed rate. What they would do is say, well, how much do you have? Yeah, give us that. Or buy this obscene painting of your home. That's how that's how they got in to begin with. And the book opens with that. And the book is not it doesn't shy away from letting that look scummy, because it looks, from the outside, it looks scummy. Now, because you have to remember 1960, the middle class had just exploded. 1969 and the gold standard hadn't happened yet. And people wanted to be bourgeoisie. So getting a painting of your home from somebody who was actually a fairly accomplished painter was a big deal in the 60s. I can't say that out loud, Kerb. You guys are just gonna have to come into the chat with us if you want to. Kerb says things I can't say. um, so Ed continues to say, when Loren and I got involved, it's after the disturbance has erupted, not before. At which time we do our best to identify the source of the disturbance and act accordingly to stop it, or bring in someone who can. The the paranormal community after Ed, especially the ghost hunters guys, the people who got affiliated with the, I only have 3 people here, and asking a rhetorical question of the future is a really stupid thing to say. But tell me in the comments if you know who ghost hunters are. The Roto World guys, is that what they were called? The fucking plumber guys? If you know that show, just tell me in the comments that I'm not talking about a show that nobody's ever heard of, because people don't seem to. It's weird how people forget things. Those guys, the bald one, Jason Muse? That can't be right. That's one of the. Anyway, it starts with an M. It can't be Mraz either. That guy, Jason. Are they taps? No shit. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for being here, Kerm. I do need the help. The taps. Oh fuck. Okay, so that means Jason's family owns the Conjuring house. Jason is deeply invested in the Warren cult. Whether he is a member, I can't say. but the ghost hunters guys, that community, not the one who quit, the short one with the beard, I think he wore a beard at the end. The smaller, the petite is not a fair way to describe a man, but the smaller of the two guys, he quit because he couldn't deal with how much of it they were faking and hoaxing. But the other guy is a true believer, and that, I don't know if that stuff. Hey man, I love you for being such a deep well. That group, wow. I couldn't. I knew what taps was, but I couldn't remember. I couldn't place what. That's so funny. Thank you for that, Kurt. I'm gonna move on because this has gotten too personal to my interests. Ed says that they don't get involved before the family asks. I'm talking about ghost hunters because that's Tap's move. That's Tap's move is to come in because you asked them to be there and then charging you to change your plumbing or something stupid like that, ridiculous like that. At which time, Ed says, we do our best to identify the source of the disturbance and act accordingly to stop it or bring in someone who can. And if you're familiar with Taps, that was their whole move. Thank you so much for putting those two things together. I knew what Taps was, and I knew who those guys were associated with the Warrens, but I couldn't put the two together in my mind. So we're going to jump several chapters, 2 chapters ahead, because again, I very much want you to read this. In the interest of not getting sued, I want you to read this, and in the interest of your own just in absorbing good literature, I think this is a well-written book. Okay, so here's a name that I don't know that you could write down for your own personal interest. David Suskind evidently did a TV show, and now one of the last things we heard Ed and Lorraine talk about was how too many people know about the paranormal, and what you didn't hear them say is that it's on TV. I did kind of say that if his daughter is out there suing people, that's a 180 on their personal relationship. So evidently, Loren is willing to walk right up to saying that TV, the talk shows have ruined your brain without saying it, and then they do an appearance on the David Susskind Show, which is a talk show in New York City in the 70s that I've never heard of and never watched outside of the context of this book. But I want to give you just some context of what 1970s talk shows were like, supernatural media, since Lorraine walked right up to saying it's David Susskind and his ilks. Okay, cool. Thank you for that, Kerm. That people like him are the problem. She walks right up to saying it, but then doesn't say it. And so I want to give you a taste, as much of a taste as I have, of what those shows were actually like outside of the network, which is going to get mentioned in every one of these until I do it, isn't it? David Susskind guides the discussion right to the point, says our author. Quote, is this phenomena real, or is it just some quirk of a man's mind? Susskind asks. Now, there are other people on the stage. There's a man named Dr. Tanous, Tanous, and a Father Trabold with the Warrens, Ed and Lorraine. And I believe there's another. No, there's not. I don't know who these people are, and it's irrelevant to you, so we're going to move past that. Father Trabold says our author, and the Warrens agree with the explanations of Dr. Tanous and the parapsychological establishment, which I'm not going to give you those answers. But according to our author, also warn that some of the activity is caused by an external agency. He says, they also add that it is foolish, if not dangerous, to underestimate unusual happenings in a home, especially those which might actually be demoniacal in origin. The Warrens further explained that the Amityville case was not a hoax, and the preposterous, often fantastic phenomena reported by the principals in the case was indicative of the strategy of the demonic. And now the strategy of the demonic is something that I'm going to say we're not going to approach. Yeah, okay, we're not going to approach it on the next page. We are going to move forward. Hey, thank you for joining me, number 4. We are going to move forward from that, but the strategy of the demonic is something that I've been leaving you thinking about as we cliffhanger and hook our way through these. I want you to see that Ed has an idea. He has a conspiracy about what's going on. We will revisit Andrea Perrin, and we have talked about in this place her conspiracy about what's going on. She literally believes that Bathsheba, her demon from the first Conjuring movie, is haunting and ultimately killed. She believes she ultimately killed Ed, because she believes a little bit too much in the Bell Witch story, and that's wonderful because her belief in the Bell Witch story gives me an opportunity to talk about it, and I love talking about it. But we're going to go back to Ed, and Ed says, misinterpretation, misidentification, delusion, and hallucination account for a great deal of reported supernatural activity. I believe that too, that a lot of booze is probably what got him. But according to Ed, overconsumption of booze is indication of a demonic oppression. So if Andrea's sick, so if Andrea's right, his alcoholism is proof that he was ripping off the Perrin family the whole time. She's sick, but that's allegedly her claim. Ed continues to say, many times people will read a horror story or watch a scary movie and spook themselves. And this is why I say that the horror movies and horror films, horror media is what I meant to say. The scary, this, spooky, this stuff. It's necessary from a philosophical standpoint because they'll get too deep and they'll freak themselves the fuck out. In a few weeks, these people come to believe they have a ghost in the basement or a vampire in the attic, and you can't convince them otherwise. So they hire so-called experts to come in and get rid of their ghost. These experts will come into the house, parade around in wizard robes, set off smoke charges from a magic shop, recite a bunch of mumbo-jumbo, and generally put on a performance. And we're ending that paragraph there because if you haven't seen The Last Exorcist, turn me off and put it on. That is the best horror movie I've ever watched, in my opinion. And no, that's not true. It's just a great movie. The best horror movie is one I would have to think about. That's my favorite one to just put on in the background. The Last Exorcist has so many good lines and it's so damn spooky. And horror movies always get the ending wrong because everybody has to die in a sort of not meaningful way throughout the movie. And then somebody has to survive in order for the story to be told, which is why I actually think that found footage horror is highly effective. Because everybody can die at the end. Hello, number 4. I'm talking about how found footage horror can be highly effective because everybody has to die through the course of the story, but the story has to get out into the popular worldview. And if the cops are the ones who find the story and then the cops give it to the person who produced the movie, that's a pretty cool backstory for a first person movie. I think that's pretty good. I can't watch movies like House of a Thousand Corpses, Miss Jen. The violence, I'm squicked out by violence for somebody who endorses horror movies to the degree that I do. We're going to continue with a question from the author to the Warrens, and Loren is going to answer it. She says, but how can the Warrens, or I'm sorry, he says, but how can the Warrens know if an intelligence is truly behind the disturbance when the external agent is invisible? And this is something, if you've been watching these up to this point, and if you've been listening to me up to this point, I engage with the notion that the word intelligent is unintelligible. And this is the author asking good questions, good philosophical, deep, thoughtful questions. And what Loren says is, how he actually says it is that, quote, Loren explains it this way. Although this intelligence often chooses to remain invisible, there is no mistaking what's behind the phenomena, especially if it's an inhuman demonic spirit. Activity will occur in circles, in reverse, counterclockwise, or in distinct violation of the law of physics. Stones, for instance, or nuts and bolts will fall out of the blue sky into a home under demonic attack. And we're not going to read all of these examples because they like to give in-depth, involved, what repetitive, when you I don't know what you call it in prose when you repeat the same sentence over and over, but slightly differently to give the impression that you're building out this big idea. But they do that a lot. I might call it pontificating. Yes, word salad is a great way to describe it, Kerm. They spoke in word salad. Like long answers are involved answers. And hello, number 4. I do understand how you could offer the criticism that, well, you give long answers. Yes. if you've watched my fireside stuff with Swole Noggin and the gang, Kerm's on there with us sometimes. He better be on there with us next time. The point is, I have given very, very long answers for what appear to be very simple questions, but that's it. I'm not bullshitting you. I'm trying to give you the answer, an involved, honest answer. And hello, number 5. Feel welcome to say hello in the chat. I am going to move on from there in the middle of that paragraph, because again, I'm not trying to read this whole book to you, but this whole book is loaded with great sub and meta text, and I will end up probably reading the whole book if this doesn't get me sued. Ed explains that after 1968, on his birthday, quote, although people were interested in hearing ghost stories, Ed and Loren Warren eventually found that they could not speak openly on demoniacal phenomena. The subject was unpopular, it smacked of paradox and superstition, and offended the sensibilities of the time. Not everyone was ready to accept what the Warrens had to say. Then, for some strange reason, all that suddenly changed. So, in 1968, people don't want to hear about ghost stories. By 1978, they are on TV. 10 years can change a lot. A lot can change in 10 years. In 1970, Ed explains, when we first went out to speak in colleges, I became disgruntled, even disgusted with the lecturers. That's a problem that I am running into now. You heard me talk about it at the beginning of after my equipment crashed yesterday, I talked about how before 2008, between about 1970 and 2008, history was completely unreliable. The Satanic Panic, yeah, we're going to talk about how much and how involved Ed and Lorraine were in kicking off and stoking the Satanic Panic. I have said that I'm not going to think about it from that lens, but we're going to get there. It's absolutely necessary if what we're talking about in any kind of capacity is the Warrens' contribution to history. But so Ed doesn't like the lectures that he's hearing at these colleges. And in 1978, you didn't need a college education to give a fuck what was happening on college campuses. And that's a problem. That's a problem we have today. In the 60s, the universities decided that the inmates needed to be running the asylum, if you understand that metaphor or that idiom, and that I'm not trying to be unhurtful of university grads. So Ed says that Loren and he honestly assumed that educated people wanted to know the whole story on the subject of spirit phenomena. And I don't know why he assumed that. That goes to the fact that he doesn't have, or maybe didn't engage with his university education, or maybe he just got it at the wrong time, because by the 60s, by 68, the sciences had split the atom. The sciences have always, since Bacon, said that you just can't know. And so by the 60s, by the time he would have been a young person, and then again by the 70s, by the time he would have been, he went to war, right? He went and fought as a soldier, and then he got an art degree. And so he would have been appalled by what the sciences were like by the time he was out of university, is my point. So this is true. He's not saying something that's untrue. He's just dumb. And you're allowed to be dumb. One of the things I said that I actually like is that I saw a meme that was really funny, and I'm probably going to say this a lot, that anything can be a supernatural phenomena if you're an idiot. But back then, everyone was searching for the truth, Ed says, except it had to be a certain kind of truth that conformed to the prejudices of the day. And that is true. In the 60s and 70s, science was absolutely determined to find the truth. He's going to talk in this book, whether I get to it or not, about string theory in a very real way. And I've already showed you by the end, we're not even at the end of episode 1, and that was a great sentence to walk in on. Welcome. But Jane Roberts has already established that she fully believes in string theory, and string theory by now has been proved to be bunk. But you can see these people in the 70s and the early 80s thinking, well, I have to get ahead of string theory because it's so right. So Ed continues to say, as long as we talked about haunted houses and ghosts, people were delighted. When we had to mention demonic spirits, Something just went on in my headphones, and I'm sorry for that. I'm going to double check that I didn't just get kicked out. Yeah, I did. I just got kicked off of Twitter. Oh well, sorry about that, Twitter. When we had to mention demonic spirits, demonology, the devil, or worse, if we brought up Christ or priests or religion, a swell of animosity rose up from the audience as though someone had thrown a switch. The hostility was sometimes so overwhelming we could hardly go on. Although many were following what we were saying, others got up and walked out on us. Professors became instant experts and challenged us with half-baked arguments on how spirits couldn't exist. Some went so far as to tell us that everything we'd experienced since the 1940s never even happened at all. It got to the point I considered going back to my studio and living a nice, quiet life as an artist while working with people who really needed help in spirit matters. And we're going to stop there. It always goes on. But this is a fact. Whether Ed is manipulating that fact for reasons of pathos, for reasons of ethos, for reasons of selling a product, he certainly is selling a product. But I also don't believe he had to manipulate his worldview in order to speak that truth, because I think that truth is historical. I'm reading another book concurrently. I don't remember which one it was that said this, but that happened in the 60s and 70s. Science got, oh, I know what book I'm reading that made that claim. Jane Roberts made that claim. But I've listened to other credible people make that claim, that science between its establishment and 2008 was racist, classist, ageist shithole. And that's just something we're going to have to get over moving forward. And we're just going to have to remember looking backward. When we look back at histories that were written before 2008, we have to remember that the person writing it was probably a racist dickhead. Probably still is, but that's going to get me sued. So we're going to move forward. And I just highlighted that the author wanted us to know that by the middle of May 1978. So I want you to know that I'm not blowing smoke when I say that the author wants you to know that this is all happening in 1978, because he wants you to know that, and I'm reminding you of that for one specific reason. This edition was printed in 2013. House of Darkness, House of Light was printed in 2012. He wants you to remember that all of this was being written while the parents were making their claims about how they should be making money off their image, likeness, and ghost story in 1978. That happened. Okay, we're going to continue forward with more Ed Warren. The inhuman spirit often identifies itself as the devil, and then, through physical or psychological means, proves itself to be just that. We're not going to read that whole paragraph. I'm going to try to move through this. I can tell that I have rapid fire people coming in and out of yes, Kerm. And I think there's a certain amount. I'm going to read that entire comment in just a second. What Kerm just said, I think, is a lot of why people come into what I'm doing and then pop right the fuck back out. And I want to read it out loud for the record so that history knows this is my opinion. He says of Ed Warren, for a guy who wanted to get in front of educated folks, he sure spoke to a lot of hillbillies in churches for cash. And that is a very real, very serious problem. He wanted to be a religious person in academe in the 70s. It was an act of defiance, and it is absolutely why he became the way he became in the 80s and 90s. Absolutely. The reason the author is including this, and I wanted to read it out loud to you, the author having said it, is because I am fully of the opinion that the author sees a pathology here, and in the interest of Ed Warren's own message, wants to guide you away from Ed Warren's pathology by making it bold and neon. This guy is poor. This guy was a soldier. This guy went to art school, and this guy wants to be treated with the same credibility as a PhD student. He's got P.T. Barnum disease 100%. And I fully believe that's why people click in. see the hat, click right the fuck back out, because they think this is P.T. Barnum, and that's not what we're doing. And that's fine. That you three get it means you three get it. And that means that there are 3 people out there who get it. And Jen and I kind of discussed the rules of how kink works yesterday. And I don't want to make that a recurring thing. It shouldn't be a joke I say every time I sit down. And so here's we don't want those dorks. We don't. So here's what Ed, I foreshadowed this. Ed says, as for evidence, I have many thousands of hours of tape recorded interviews with people and families all around America and Britain. And this was in 1978. Thousands of hours of video and audio. Yeah, I thought you would enjoy that, Jen. Thousands of hours in 78. And none of it's admissible in 2024 as evidence of anything. Their museum, all it is the source idea for the Hellier couple. Does anybody remember their name right off the top of their head? Yeah, fair enough, Kerm. I'm not saying that out loud, but fair enough. So Ed goes on to say, when asked to provide an example of the last point, Ed goes into his office and returns with a reel-to-reel tape, and then he'll play them for you, the tapes, if you ask. And I don't know that I want to read it to you, but I'll read it to you. A voice says, "I do not choose to be here." Ed, why did you come then? Voice, "I am under the power." Ed, whose power? "A white light. Describe yourself to me." No, like these are the things you hear, and it's not interesting, actually. And what I say interesting, actually, what we think we mean, or what we think we're going to mean when we say interesting, actually, of ghost stories or demon stories, is that they're going to do exactly the kinds of things that Jane Roberts is making the claim with William James, that they're going to speak prophecy. And so that's not irrelevant, because that's how Mormonism happened. So I'm trying to remember his name. Joseph Smith. He was a spirit talker, like a necromancer, like Jane Roberts and like Ed is claiming not to be, right? And the stuff you find even in the Norse myths, the entities that you engage with, they don't have information to give you. The thing in the Bell Witch, where the Bell Witch is giving them the time and the cost of bread in China in real time, that's impressive stuff. But the entity, capital E, the entity, only does that stuff if it has some very seriously fucked up something that it's trying to do. They typically don't owe you that degree of certitude and exactitude. And typically what they'll do is they'll lie to you in subtle ways that you're believing them makes you look stupid to the person outside. And so I'm off track. This all matters, though. I was listening to a discussion about, told you I was listening to that lecture series about the Norse last night, and I warned you in the descriptions that this is going to randomly start talking about Norse magic, and you're just going to have to cope with that, and I'm fine with that. Anyway, the lecturer was talking about how it's only in the modern Marvel sense that Loki is a trickster of the highest order, that he's a Machiavellian style plotter or schemer or whatever. What I just said is that the trickster entity, most of these spirits that you engage with when you're engaging with necromancy, when you're engaging with something that's claiming to be a human entity that can give you information, usually what happens is that, like Loki in all of the old myths, they make you, because you're dumb, make such bad choices in order to get the dumb thing you want, that when you're swept up specifically by an eagle, like I think it's Brunhild, it's laughably funny to everybody around you, and nobody feels bad for you. Nobody feels bad for anybody who gets involved in black magic or gets tricked by the gods in the ancient or the very near modern world, because you have to be stupid. You have to be dumb to be convinced that the things these entities are telling you are real. And the proof in that, Dr. Justin Sledge is not a name that I should say into this microphone again, but it's a name I've already said again. He got so fucking mad at me for pointing out that the reason, And it's silly that we don't know this, that the reason that all of these demons and all of these books of necromancy are telling you where treasure is because treasure is the most obvious sign, proof that you found something. But then when you try to transition from treasure to, books of the Bible, what you get is Jane Roberts, what you get is Mormonism. And what you have gotten for sticking through that, the three of you, thank you so much, is the next passage that I want to talk about. Probably the most disturbing aspect of demoniacal phenomena, says our author, is that behind all the terror and chaos, there stands a shrewd, calculating intelligence. And so this is what we're talking about, is he's been using intelligence in a very philosophical way, which means that he's read his Plotinus, or he visited someone writing about Plotinus. Bear in mind, Ed points out, this is not something that is dead, the demon. This is an active negative intelligence that predates man, that is, predates, not predates, as in is a predator of man, in cosmic evolution. It is more knowledgeable than us because it's older than us. See it as a powerful negative intelligence, completely lost in its hate for God. Once you do that, you'll start getting the picture of what that demonic spirit really is. And here he's drawing on, of all things, extra biblical mythology. He's drawing on this idea that he's drawing on the Luciferian stuff of the Gnostics and of, I can't even place in my mind right now. I didn't know I was going to be thinking about them. I'm thinking about there's a really interesting and very good book called The Gnostic Origins of Catholicism that I'm now rapid fire smashing up against everything I know about Ed Warren. And that's not the conversation we're having. So I shouldn't have highlighted that sentence. And we're just going to move on like I didn't. Now, magic, like witchcraft, Ed says, can be used to produce either good or bad effects. And that's all we're going to say about that. We're going to move right on to understand these entities are spiritual hoodlums, and move on from that to what I promised you. Our author says, compare Ed Warren's statement with this passage from the biography of Padre Pio. I promised you that we were going to get to the influence and where Ed Warren got all his ideas, all his authority, all his research, all the things that he says he did. He says he's poured his life into a medieval library. Hello, number 4. It's good to see you. And this is actually where he got all his ideas, from a man named Padre Pio. And I've read and listened to Padre Pio, and I don't disagree with the author for writing this and including this passage. Ed Warren's statements, he says, with this passage from the biography of Padre Pio, now quoting Padre Pio, many times entering his modest little cell, Pio found, quoting that biography of Padre Pio, many times entering his modest little cell, Pio found everything upside down, his cot, coverings, books, and ink splattered over the walls. These strange spirits appeared to him under the most diverse forms, often in the habit of monks. One evening he saw that his bed was surrounded by fearful monsters, ellipses. They grasped him, shook him, and threw him on the floor and against the walls, as they had often done to the cure of Ars, ellipses. To no one outside his confessor did he say anything about these visitations. Yeah, come on, Kerm, buddy. I'm trying my best to be comprehensive. It's just going to take for damn forever. Yeah, we're going to talk about Padre Pio on here. One night he saw enter his cell a monk from... I'm sorry. Kerm's got me laughing. I'm sorry. One night he saw enter his cell a monk under the form and aspect of Padre Agostino, his old confessor. The feigned monk counseled him and exhorted him to give up his life of asceticism and privations, affirming that God could not approve of his way of living. Padre Pio, stupefied that Padre Agostino should speak in this manner, ordered him to cry out with him, Viva Jesu, or Jesu, long live Jesus. The strange personage disappeared immediately, leaving in the room a strange odor of stinking sulfur. And now that sulfur thing is... Every time I look up anymore, Kerm or Jen has something funny to say, and that's going to get distracting for other people. So you're just going to have to get in the chat, you other two. Damn, that went completely out of my head. So that thing, I was reading Boethius last week because my life is not easy. I was reading Boethius because I needed inspiration to go through the hardest things in life, and it's irrelevant. The vision state is very real for people that engage with this, and ghost people showing up in your life. I shouldn't use that term because you don't know what I mean when I say ghost. Um, do you know? Tell me in the comments, and I don't mean the live chat, future audience. Tell me in the comments if you've heard the stories about um, the Christian stories about people showing up in your life with a problem in theirs, and it being a test. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like the Beauty and the Beast myth, where not necessarily human people would show up at your doorstep and ask for hospitality, things like that. Or tell me in the comments if you know what I'm talking about. Hey, I'm never going to be able to spell that, but taxa is what I'm going to call you. Oh, hey, thank you for listening to me on your drive. Please be safe. Don't be unsafe. Um, that myth cycle is old and real. Um, I don't know how to talk about it in this context, but Padre Pio's experience of a monk that he knew appearing in his cell didn't have to be appear. Appear doesn't mean he teleported and was just there. It means that Padre Pio was probably having a near sleep trance state, and the Hermes in your house myth. Yeah, thank you, Kerm. That's a much older antiquity that I wanted to give it. Thank you. Um, it means that he woke up from a trance and dude was standing there and it spooked him out. That's what appeared means in this context. And so it's not uncommon if you're a meditator, if you're a religious person. Hello, number 5. Hello, number 4, I think is also new. For apparently fully material, embodied people, often that to show up in your life to say something either exactly apparate. Okay, that's a word I'd never seen before, so I'll have to internalize that word before I can use it. Oh, apparitions, because apparitions can be fully embodied. They can be fully real. You can touch them. You can ask them questions. They'll know things about you that the person would have known. They're indistinguishable from the real person, kind of like doppelgangers in that regard. And my point is rambling and long and hard to say. The point is that this is common. They will show up and they will say exactly what you need to hear, either to give up, which is what Padre Pio has been challenged with. That's called a demon, or to take the next step. And those are called angels in the very, very oldest languages that we have. Those are what the words translate effectively into our language. It's a very old thing. I have experienced it a bunch of times. It's weird. It's really weird. It's really uncanny. And with the discouraging ones, if you get past them, if you're like, that's just not how Bill would have acted, they almost actually do the poof into the little imp thing and then dance away. That's what my UFO experience was. I went, that's not what I'm seeing. And it turned into something else and then turned into something else and then disappeared and turned into a star that wasn't there only moments ago, just to let me know I can fuck with you at every abstraction of reality, because that's what it is. It's horrible to deal with. It is very, very scary, actually. And that's why I do think that horror literature and horror fiction is necessary. It's actually interesting in the Eddas, in the Volsung saga, that horror fiction becomes necessary to raise children who won't die of the PTSD. The Norse world was a hard world to live in. It was cold and horrible, really. We're going to move on, because what I told you we were going to talk about and we were going to end up talking about, we're about halfway through. This is pacing out about exactly how I wanted it. Number 4. I know it's slow. We were going to talk about the strategy and how Ed isn't the only person, but that in my mind, I keep thinking about John Keel and the Disneyland of the Gods, and how similar John Keel and Ed Warren were in the 80s. That's what I want you to know as I read this next passage. Our author says strategy is defined as means to outwit by trick or artifice in order to gain an advantage. The demonic spirit, he tells us, has classically proven to be a master strategist against man. Here, 1 minute, gone the next. The complicated manipulations of these notorious spirits have long remained a mystery. In the past, this is still in our author's voice. Facts about the modus operandi of the spirit were few and far between. Lacking books and detection instruments, monks and clerics could only keep longhand accounts of diabolical disturbances for possible use by future historians. And now, Ed has already done it in the context of the book, but Ed is very careful because whether he was doing his thing at the time, Padre Pio had a student named, oh, it's gone. Padre Pio had a student, and I've read all of his books. He's got a lady's name, and it's going to take me a second, but I'll get there. Forgive me. That guy and Ed Warren were competing over this idea. That there's a central intelligence. Ed wants you to believe that there are demons and devils, and that devils are a higher category of intelligence, and that they have a different kind of goal in the world, and that they are beyond his power and his knowledge. He does demons. And so what he will say is things like the devil or Satan, hello, is the name that demons will use because Jesus said that the enemy, Hasatan, is legion. So he's staying within good Catholic orthodoxy and the way he approaches his work. Father Gabriele Amorth, got his name, is decidedly heretical and blasphemous in his approach. And I'm not going to talk to you about Father Gabriele Amorth. He's got to be for a different time, in large part because I don't have any of his physical material at the moment. Ed goes on to explain, there are 3 distinct stages to demoniacal activity: infestation, oppression, and possession. In rare cases, certain rare cases, death may occur as a 4th stage or in lieu of possession. And this is why I keep talking to you about the Bell Witch. Not because it's relevant to us, but because Andrea Perrin and further Jane Roberts were highly interested in what was going on with the Bell Witch. And the Bell Witch is an older Scots-Irish, I believe, use of the term witch, which doesn't mean a human entity who's doing magic, but does in fact mean a discorporate, non-demoniacal, non-devilish, non-ghost, never human, not angel intelligence. And that is not for the scope of what we're talking about, because the Bell Witch is neither Seth nor William James. So Lorraine explains, witchcraft, Wicca or witchcraft, is 4,000 years old. That's all false. That's false. Often called the old religion because it predates both Judaism and Christianity. Fine. People who practice Wicca is not 4,000 years old. Wicca in 1978 was like 20 years old. People who practice Wicca are known as white witches and worship Mother Earth. She's being very nice to people who are very rich, very alive, and very litigious in 1978. I want to say Gardner was probably still killing people in 1978. I shouldn't have said that. Allegedly. Assume everything I'm saying is fantasy and a joke. Pretend that I've said this is an educational space, but pretend it's a comedy educational space when I say things like that. They manipulate natural forces, witches that is, says Lorraine, for positive results, healing, good luck, lasting love, and bountiful harvests. They have no efficacy. She's being very nice. After that, however, you digress into gray witchcraft, black witchcraft, and Satanism. This is where problems develop because witchcraft goes both ways and can be used to bring about positive or negative ends. She has to say all these things. Yeah, Wicca is about as old as yoga mats, is what Kerm says, and absolutely, she has to say all of these things because she's a medium, and technically, she's stealing from the same well that Gardner stole from. They're both stealing from Madame Blavatsky, not even liberally either. They may as well be Hannibal Lectering her face. In the past, one of the two of them goes on to explain, probably still Loren. The negative rituals involved everything from the murder of babies to pacts with the devil himself. And now that's salacious. And today we want to be like, no, witchcraft never did that stuff. Yeah, witchcraft did that horrible shit. And the Viking magic did significantly worse things. In the more extreme rituals, celebrants would turn the Bible upside down and urinate on it, then begin a counterclockwise march, forming a magic circle while chanting blasphemies, renunciations of God, and submission to the other lord, Satan. And here's the thing that actually isn't made up. In the 17th century, the 18th century, started in the 17th century, it continued into the 18th century, it's continuing today. It was popular in France to behave like this. This is real. But we're going to skip through because we're not here to talk about Satanism. The author asks them, what are the ways in which permissions can be granted? As in, permission for a demon or a ghost to come into your life. Yes, theosophy is something I talked about last episode a lot, Kerm. And yes, theosophy was all over this. You got to remember the Warrens were in the northeast of the United States. I talked about this a lot yesterday. I don't mind repeating this. I'm just saying that to hook anybody who wants to go back and listen. But the northeast, New York especially, was a hotspot for theosophy. That's where it kicked off in the U.S. We think of that stuff happening in California, but the cult activity of the US all happened, almost every bit of it either happened in New York or kicked off and really got going in Ohio. It's pretty fucking cool, but it's pretty fucked up. So the author asked Ed, I believe, yes, asked Ed, what are the ways in which permission can be granted to a spirit to come into your life, like a theosophist medium? How can a theosophist medium give permission to these spirits? How did Jane Roberts give permission to her William James or to Seth or to she claims to have written for Cezanne, right? How did she give permission? And Ed answers, by opening channels of communication that should remain closed. Ouija boards, seances, conjuring ceremonies, candle rituals, automatic writing devices are all doors all doors that open to the supernatural, and more often than not lead down a road of misfortune, terror, and ruin. Now, I isolated that specifically for when we put Jane Roberts' we put her sad body on the screen, and you can look at just how desiccated and twisted and broken she looks. And then you can ask, is Ed being relativistic here, or is Ed being materialistic here? Is Ed saying that it warps your insides, or is Ed saying that it crushes and warps and destroys your outsides? I've already said my belief twice, so we're going to move past it now that I've said it out of time and place too many times in the wrong place. So Loren continues with seance. The same problem holds true for seances. When everyday people become involved in communication with spirit entities, there is simply no accountability as to who or what is communicating from the other side. And this is where I ended last time. And this passage, not specifically, But this passage is one that I feel is absolutely necessary as we move toward the 4th hour and actually reading Jane Roberts again. It's absolutely necessary to ask again and again and again and again, is this William James? Is this Jane Roberts? Or is this a third entity that is lying into the future for reasons that only a frankly psychopathic, paranoid person could even want to calculate? That is a valid question if we're going to take it seriously that spirits could exist. Now, if we say that spirits don't exist, she's obviously just crazy. But in the interest of public education, in the interest of not getting my fucking ass sued, something happened to her. I believe that. I just don't believe it was what she says. Because can you get sued for calling somebody just stupid? I don't think so. I hope not. I hope she's not dead. Wouldn't that be awful if, like, I said something like, I hope she's dead so she just can't sue me? Oh, come on. You didn't have to leave because I said I hope she's not dead. So anyway, Ed goes on to say, but it isn't possible to make contact with friends and relatives. No, I'm sorry. The author asks, isn't it possible to make contact with friends and relatives who've passed on? And Ed says, if you get 6, 8, 10 people focusing their minds on a spirit communication, Loren, in fact, says, then there is a very great likelihood that communication will take place. But still, you don't know what you're communicating with. There's a very good book about this that eventually I do plan to read into this microphone because I very much want to have read it myself. I think it's called, oh, I'm going to have to look up the name. Damn. I think it's called The Altered Plane, actually. I'll have to look up that name and I'll have to put it in the... I'm sorry for pausing to read that. What I was saying was something uninteresting. Taxat is a name that I'm not going to be able to read, but in the live chat, I do want to encourage you guys to talk to me. Says something that I've been avoiding saying, and so because someone else said it, I can read it on the air, and then we can put some distance between me and hurting anybody's feelings. Because I do want to be sensitive. Like a lot of the reason that Jane writes the way she does, a lot of the reason that Andrea writes the way she does, frankly, a lot of the reason that I write the way I do have is because our feelings have been deeply hurt somewhere in the past, and so we're trying to set up a situation where we never have to feel that way, and that's called psychopathology. And I'm working on not doing that. But I would like to read this out loud now because I do think your comments are as valid as what's in this book for my journey and for the future. So Tax says, the stuff you're talking about reminds me a lot of schizophrenia, and I wonder now if my schizophrenic friend is talking to demons or just imagining things. From the perspective of somebody who has schizophrenia runs in my family. My mother was diagnosed in the 90s with paranoid schizophrenia and type 2 bipolar, and I have been diagnosed with type 2 bipolar. The difference might be irrelevant, honestly. This isn't the place for Father Gabriele Amorth. And if you don't want to wait on me to get there, it could take months at the rate I'm going. I would highly recommend you check out his work because he has a working definition of the difference between the two that I don't have floating in my head because I wondered whether he was wrong because of some of the things that I've experienced. But it may be indistinguishable. The difference may be indistinguishable. Hello, number 5. You've just joined me doing a little bit of crowd work. So forgive me as I transition back to getting my head right. Yes, mental illness, in particularly perspective disorders like schizophrenia and delusion, degenerative brain disorders like Parkinson's or Alzheimer's. They're very scary and they're very real. Very real. The things that you experience. I've eaten too much. LSD, and I don't have visual experiences. But what I do have now is things like my shadow will move on its own, or my face will do funny things in mirrors, or there are people that will walk by my room, or recently, and I call this more demonic activity. Whenever I talk about what I'm talking about on the podcast in a way that makes me actually seem like I know what I'm talking about, hey, what a great time for number 6 to join. When I'm tweeting about or writing about things that make me actually sound like I'm knowing what I'm doing and might actually sell my podcast, oh, what a sad time to leave. Um, the tweets will just delete themselves. I'll watch my phone just delete the tweet. I'll be going along, no problem, and then gone, like I never wrote anything. It can be very frustrating. And so, what I'm telling you is the entity that shows up in your life just to frustrate you, the demon that shows up in your life just to fuck with you, the book of Job is very real. My friend Swole was listening to this on Twitter before the Twitter crashed, and I'm not distracting myself with dealing with that till I take a break to get a little bit more to eat, which might be soon. I would like to get through this book though. I'm sorry. He would tell you that I'm foolish for saying that Satan isn't real. Thank you for listening, Tax. It's great to have you here. I cannot wait to make your acquaintance in a very real way. Um, he gets frustrated with me that I won't give Satan reality because the adversary, Haz Satan, gets no reality in my life because I have enough invisible adversaries that I don't need to elevate one to sitting beside God in a court. I don't need a supernatural prosecuting attorney watching everything I do and punishing me in real time. That is karma that I don't fucking need. And so I just won't give him that power over me. Even if he is real, fuck him. And I suggest you do the same because like I've recorded video. One of my two other live, my can of Mountain Dew was just doing circles on my desk live. So invisible stuff fucks with me, and but it does it to get you to stop, what you're doing because you don't want to deal with the can of Mountain Dew just circling around on your desk. Because what if you grab it and there's a hand there and it grabs you? And now you have to deal with the fact that you've been grabbed by a hand that wasn't there. Right. And so what do then? You jump up and no, you have to not react because you jump up and you see yourself react to it. Then what? Well, then you're no better than Andrea and Carolyn, right? No, that's the incorrect response. And from there, we move on. Sorry. Furthermore, Lorraine continues, not every person who passes on is necessarily earthbound and ready to communicate with you at will. In order to conduct a seance properly, you should first have a darn good reason for doing it. And Father Gabriele Amorth agrees with that as well. Um, You should have an experienced professional medium who comes recommended by a reputable psychic research organization. A local do-gooder, clairvoyant, or amateur medium may make spiritual contact, but won't necessarily be able to discern if the spirit in question is good, bad, or indifferent. In which case, again, you don't know who you're really talking to. And again, I will emphatically agree with the Warrens on this point. And part of the reason I want you to buy this book, I want you to read it, I want you to internalize it, I want you to think about it deeply, is because they say it over and over and over and over and over again. Stay the fuck away from this stuff if you don't already have a good circle. If you don't already have good, strong friends who will care about you, join a cult. But here's the other thing. Know who your cultist is talking to. Know where your cultist is, like, know, because if he doesn't know who he's talking to either, it's all bunk. Everybody's gonna die. And hello, number 3. If you were somebody who was already here but fell out, it's great to have you back. Sorry that you had to come back to that particular sentence. One of the two of them goes on to say, the point is, if you have a real need to communicate with the other side, then it should be important enough for you to consult a valid expert. This is the Wren continuing. Otherwise, you're going to get into trouble if you aren't careful with seances beforehand. And now, again, I have to predict a lot of what they're saying. I have to explain it before they say it. But more than that, I have to agree with them on this. This is an old idea, to stay the fuck away from it, and it might be theirs. It might be original to them. So if I've internalized it in any kind of serious, meaningful way, I have to give them credit. That was their idea if it came to me from them. Covens, yeah, for sure. Oh, okay. That's something that we'll have to talk about on another show, Kerm, the difference in a coven and a cult, and whether you should join a coven. Yeah, because I'm not encouraging you to do magic. If I were encouraging you to do practical magic, I would say absolutely join a coven and absolutely know who your witch master's entity is. Absolutely know who they're bonded to, who they're pacted to. But that's not stuff I thought I was going to be thinking about. So that's a good point. That is a good point. The division between cult and coven is something that we're going to have to investigate as we move into Jane Roberts moving forward. So Ed jumps in on the next page after Lorraine says all this about what she's just said in seances. And Ed says, during infestation, the strategy of the demonic is to generate fear through incidents of inexplicable phenomena. And that's what I was just telling you. So it wants me to grab that can and then grab me and then spill the can because I'm afraid. Because it gets to laugh at you. You're afraid of something that couldn't hurt you. And so we're just going to skip. We're not going to do that whole paragraph because he wants to get into like the numerology and the times and this and that, and that's data he doesn't actually have, and it's evidence that he can't actually corroborate, I should say. He goes on to point out that phenomena that occurs in threes are a signature of the demonic. I don't care about that. I told you I was going to skip it, but then I gave you an example of it anyway. I'm so magnanimous. I believe it's Ed who goes on to say, all this, of course, taxes not only the patient's, but the individual's sanity. But at this stage, psychological effects are not a factor. So what it's not trying to do is make you insane. It's not actually trying to make you insane. We're still talking about the infestation stage. It's not trying to make you insane. It's just trying to break down your triple numbers a lot. I don't know how to respond to that. I'm still learning about to protect people from it. But seeing numbers, seeing anything in triplicate has always been considered omen us or having to do with omens. The point of the demonic infestation phase, like the initial stages of cult, is to break down your willingness to disagree. It's just to break down your opposition. Hello, number 5. The point of the infestation phase of the demonic or the spiritual or the cult or whatever, even university does this to you, is to break down what you believe, to take everything that you came to that moment in your life with and get you to forget it. And the way that cult does it, hello, number 6, the manner in which cult does that undermining of your previous worldviews, whether they do it in a way that builds you up or in a way that tears you down, can determine whether the cult is good or bad, even whether it's good for you or bad for you. Because for some people, I recently, you don't need to know this about me, but I recently spent 2 weeks reading everything that I could find on Waco, and then everything I could find on the idea of being a Koresh, because Koresh is a kind of cult leader for a very, very long time. The point is, some people really do want to dig holes, shit in them, and then make clay out of that shit. That's what David Koresh made the Branch Davidians do. And some people really want that. And it's not my place to value judge whether that is good or bad. It's probably bad. But it's not my place to say it's bad. It's my place to say it's bad to get into an armed conflict with the government with which you agree to reside and then blame them that they're shooting at you. That's what I would say is bad. And we're going to move on from that idea pretty quickly. We're going to hit a lot. I started to get bored with this research, so these are going to come pretty quick now. Ed goes on to say, Oppression strategy can be best summed up in one word. The demonic spirit seeks to dehumanize the individual. So you go from infestation to oppression, and the infestation breaks down your will to live, rather your will to resist, and the oppression breaks down your will to live. That's how it works. It's pretty simple. And Gabriele Amorth actually explains this better. That's why I'm skipping through it, because I realized as I was doing this that you're going to be hearing from Amorth. He's a weird dude. Russell Crowe plays him in a movie that's actually pretty good and gets into what I'm talking about with the strategy and the grand narrative of the demons. Okay, so I believe this is Ed going on to say, the reason the demonic spirit singles out one person is obvious. Two people could compare notes and recognize an external influence. And now I don't actually want to read that whole paragraph. A lot of these I highlighted because I wanted you to know the whole paragraph. I highlighted that the reason the demon goes after one is because two could corroborate. Let's think about that. Is that true? Because typically demons don't infest solo people. Now, I think what he's trying to say is that why doesn't it infest me, and why doesn't it infest my cohabiter? And then why doesn't it pit us against one another in that manner? And that's a valid question that I don't have an answer to. It's probably just not fun. That's probably as far as like psychic strategy with the war against God, the Luciferian rebellion of the demons and their timeless struggle against God. That's probably a little bit about Rock'em Sock'em. That's probably a little bit like Rock'em Sock'em Robots with yourself. Oh, really? I didn't think that the Luciferian rebellion and the timeless battle with God would drop people out. It must be 10 o'clock. Anyway, is it true? Because Jane Roberts, up to where we are in the book, has multiple entities that are engaging through her with her husband, Rob. So is it true that what I said, or what he just said, that it only attacks one person because two people could corroborate what was happening and then deny it? Or is it that the demon chooses groups of people when those people are too stupid to be incredulous? So, what I'm asking is, we say that excuse me, the demon only affects one person at a time, but I know where we're going to end this, and I know what the quote that we're going to end this on, and that quote kind of contradicts this idea that it only possesses one person at a time for that reason. So we're going to move past that. Because the watchword of the demonic spirit is anonymity, Ed says, you don't need to know what the question is, and you don't need to know the context of that. I just want you, I highlighted this because I want you thinking about this with me. I want you thinking about this with social media in general, and I want to repeat this. And if I were to cut shorts out of this, this would be one of them. Hello, number 3 and number 4. Welcome back if you're returning. Because the watchword of the demonic spirit is anonymity. I like that. That's a good line. That's a good line from Ed. That's good wisdom. The demonic spirit is able to get in the thing with no name, and it's able to do whatever it wants to do. I like that because one of the I was listening to that Viking lecture last night, and he was giving examples of spells that were in runes to contradict the idea that you'll find, like in the book behind me, that runes are predictive and that they could work like the tarot, and that's how they were originally used, is false. He was reading a bunch of prayers and hymns and spells that were trapped in runes from the 9th and 10th centuries, and maybe earlier and maybe later. And anyway, one of the spells was Ruin Bringer in lowercase. And he says that in the language of the Norse, the Old Norse, it reads like, "Hey, whoever you are doing this, maybe I can trick you into giving you my name, or me your name, so I can dispel you from my body. You're causing me sickness. I'd like you to stop, please." Those are the kinds of spells that were actually written by ancient and near modern people. So Ed goes on to say that oppression is not, no, I'm sorry, the author goes on to say oppression is not always external and observable. It is just as often subjective. And so this is why I get annoyed with the subjective worldview. And you'll hear me say things like relativism is relative, because the subjective is the demonic. And so when we say, well, the devil is in the details, right? What that means is that demonic activity, losing yourself to things which aren't properly oriented toward God, which is a meaningless statement right now where we're at, if you haven't watched all of my work, is demonic. That thing is to harm yourself, and it is to be oppressed in the way that people talk about, I'm oppressed by my job, I'm oppressed by paying rent, I'm oppressed by showing up to my social commitments on time, I'm oppressed by my government. These things, what it is depression. It's just clinical depression. You're just sad and you're bummed because you don't feel understood in how you speak. And all of that is solvable by what I call book clubs and what my friends on Twitter know as hashtag book club. So come join it. Loren interjects a couple pages later to say the objective of the oppressing spirit is to possess the person's body, or feeling that to drive the individual to commit murder, suicide, or both. And I am sorry if you're sensitive to that word. I am certain that YouTube is going to be disappointed with me for it, but c'est la vie, right? What I'm telling you is not to do it, because it's the idea of a demon, or something even worse. And that's not irrelevant. I think it's in our ghost material that we're going to end up doing when I do get done with this, and there's probably 10 more. We're getting there. I'm on the schedule I want to be. Damn it! I said that I would be ready to discuss Jane after the 4 hour mark, and we're at the 2.5 hour mark, and I've left myself an hour to talk about the ghost book. I am nailing this exactly the way I wanted it to go. I'm sorry it's not how you want it to look, but you know what? Pay me money and we'll talk about what it can look like. I forgot what I was talking about, and that's fine. Oh, possession. Uh, the rules of possession matter if we're going to be talking about whether Jane Roberts is or is not possessed by anything, let alone William James. In April of 1978, we received a call from an articulate, well-educated woman of about 35 who was beside herself with fright. Lorraine tells us, and so I told you that because I want you to see how many times this stuff is 1978. I almost thought about going through and highlighting every single time the word 1978 come up in the text. And for the record, if you want me to do more of that, well, this word? How many times do they say this word? You're gonna have to buy me the Kindle version, because that is a pain in the ass in the original, in the this. That's the, oh my god. Looking, just trying to find the one phrase we're going to end where we began on was a pain in my ass. And I did get bored, and I do have ADHD, and so we are going to hurry through this now. Moving forward, when the process of internal oppression first begins, the problem is almost impossible to recognize because the shift occurs slowly, one step at a time. Essentially, the person is being groomed or prepped for the day when possession can take place. And here's the thing: your liberal language, your sexual language, all of it that you hear today about how children are treated, and how women are treated, and how minorities are treated, and all of these different things, the language that you just heard in that sentence, if you push it into 2024 and what it means then, all of it came from this. All of it. Every word of it. All of it. And most of it was bridged to us by Jane Roberts. Boom! I'm getting there. It's going to, the circle is going to get tighter and tighter as we move forward. Ed goes on to say, often the demonic spirit likes to make its presence known in writing, relevant to Jane Roberts, and particularly it likes to write on walls and mirrors, even going so far as to prefer lipstick or crayon as a writing implement. So I assume if you give it a typewriter or a pen, it will enjoy that just as much. And that question is not irrelevant to me. I write by typewriter and pen, both. So the question is not irrelevant to me. I have absolutely opened myself up to allow Rob, my Rob, not Rob Longshore, to speak to me in as many different media at many different times as possible. because holy shit, writing a book is a lot of work. Moving forward, Lorraine says, for one thing, this is a negative spirit, so it's something that's literally going the other way. Remember, we were talking yesterday about, yeah, I just did that, about how Jane Roberts seems to me, her entire worldview, her entire everything about her seems to me about doing the wrong thing. What everyone agrees is the bad thing, do that. That seems to be what she's trying to do. And so I'm going to repeat to you what Loren Warren says here in The Demonologist. Hello, number 5. It's great to see you. For one thing, this is a negative spirit. So it's something that's literally going the other way. And what was my critique about William James? How cynical he was, right? How sarcastic and negative. That's what I felt about Jane Roberts' portrayal. The demonic tends to work in direct opposition to principles of the positive world. And isn't that how I was describing Jane Roberts? Hello, everyone. I seem to have a lot of people joining me. Stick around. We're almost done with this first book. We're reading The Demonologist. We're skimming through quickly quotes from The Demonologist, a biography of Ed and Lorraine Warren. And so Ed continues on to say, Ed can't say, but money often disappears in homes infested by malevolent spirits. And this is a very real thing I have personally experienced, that money will absolutely disappear. Not just disappear in a physical sense, like you'll lose it. It'll fucking just vanish from your bank account. That used to happen to me a lot. Or what would happen is the available balance in my bank account would be significantly more than was actually supposed to be in there. And then when I would go to use it, it would just be gone. And what that is, and what I always call it, is trickster fuckery. And hello, I've got like 7 people just joined all of a sudden. It's very great to see you. Say hello to Jen and Kerm in the chat. They've gone a little quiet because I've started moving real quick. And now we're on our last, I believe this is our last 3. I can't count. 2. Our last 2 as we move out of this book. I've got this almost exactly how I want it. I'm so proud of myself. It really looks like it on my face. Here we go. We've got like maybe 3 more quotes. Thank you for sticking around with me. I shouldn't have mentioned that like 7 people all joined at the same time. Half of you all left. Thank you. The 3 of you have stuck around. It's great to see you. It's great to get to know you. Ed says, I don't mention the names of spirits. And so if you've been watching me on Twitter, if you've been paying attention to me on Patreon, you're absolutely allowed to not participate. I was trying to be funny and like other people. That was kind of a joke. I want to be very clear. Oh, I lost them for making those jokes in the first place. I do this. I have been trying very hard not to name the political party, the cult, the group, whatever, the identity, whatever. I've been trying very hard the last 2 weeks to keep the people that I'm criticizing anonymous, because what I've noticed among liberals is a certain insecurity with the people who also call themselves liberal. And so I'm trying to be sensitive of that, because I have liberal friends who are good people who vote Democrat, and I think that the Democrat leadership is evil. And so there has to be a divide between people who vote for evil people and people who do evil things. Those have to be different things, necessarily have to be. So I'm trying to be more fair. And in being more fair, I lost 7 viewers. That's hilarious. You guys are sick. No, the 2 of you that have stayed are sick. No, I love you. Don't let me be mean to you. Ed continues. Actually, I'm going to read this whole paragraph. Because knowing a particular demonic name, that is, knowing a particular name of a school, knowing a particular name of a historical figure, knowing the particular name of anything, because college students are real bad about this. I've written about it a lot. They're real bad about memorizing names like Trivia Matters. Because knowing a particular demonic name is to give recognition to that entity. And we can say this about serial killers too, right? Don't we say this about mass shooters? If you give it recognition, no matter how small, you're giving it fuel to manifest. And what he means by that is you're giving other human beings, if he didn't believe, if he were coming at this from a skeptical standpoint, what he would say is by making the thing famous, you're giving other people incentive to imitate it. As for specifics, let me put it this way, and that's what the FBI tells us. I'm sorry to do this so often. This one, whatever. That's what the FBI tells us. We figured this out. So Waco is a thing that happened. I've also dived deep into the FBI's perspective on serial killers. And what they keep telling us over and over and over again is that if you glorify them in the media in any way, people will copycat. That's the term of art, right? But that's what they will actually do is they'll go out and they'll also try to get famous for this heinous thing. And non-consensual violence is a thing that happens because people copycat it, because Reddit is a thing. It's a place that exists. So as for specifics, Ed says, let me put it this way. If you give someone a loaded gun, they'd be liable to fire it. If you give them a loaded gun with the firing pin taken out, then there's no danger of it going off. That's what I, Ed Warren in this case, do. I take the firing pin out of my statements. That's what has to be done with such material. And I also have no problem with Reddit. I love places where humans can gather and share ideas. There's just something to the idea that there's something to that First Amendment, there's something to the cautionary tale of the First Amendment that where you have a right to say heinous things in a group, you have a right to convince one another by saying heinous things to do heinous things. And I think that most people on Reddit, hello to new people, thank you for joining at a weird moment in our space. Um, I think there's a weird element of social media, but specifically Reddit, that encourages people to do heinous things. And I think that's all I was trying to say. Not that Reddit itself is bad, but that group think of, well, we can get away with heinous things. Like Slenderman. Slenderman wouldn't have happened without social media. I'm not saying that social media is at fault. I'm saying that you couldn't get the idea to imitate Robin Hood without having read Ivanhoe, right? Those sorts of things. Folklore does have a responsibility to the children in the audience, even if those children are 45 mental slow emotionally and mentally, because you can be a perfectly good, perfectly productive, perfectly wonderful to engage with person who's also kind of dumb. And those are the people who are actually at risk from this stuff. And those are the people that, to a certain degree, I can never talk to because they're going to think I'm condescending to them, because I want to say, look how much there is to chew on here. Look how much bone there is left. Look how much marrow that would help you in a real way. And so that's what we're doing. We're getting back to the marrow. Ed continues, that's what has to be done with such material. That is, you have to take the firing pin out. You have to keep people from being able to hurt themselves. People who really want to know how to perform satanic rituals can walk down to the local library and find out. That's what I always tell people. Like, if you're here with me, you're not here for me to show you how to do it. If you want me to show you how to make a hat like this, you're dumb. You just give up now and go ask McDonald's for a job and just turn on your TV and just tune all the way out. You're just done. You're done. If you can't figure out how to put an earring through a fake dog ear, it's over for you. And I love you, but you're never gonna, not in this life. Just pack it up. Ed says, but I'm not going to be the one who told these people how to travel down the road of no return. And neither am I. That's my point. If you need me to tell you how to tie antlers to a hat and pretend to be whatever the hell you think I'm pretending to being, it's over for you. Someone hit you in the head way too many times. I'm sorry. I love you, but get a hobby, watch TV. Spend your money in a good way. I can't even tell you that. My job is just the opposite, says Ed, and I agree with him on this, to help people who have already gone too far and to tell those who may want to dabble in the occult, don't, with the emphatic, what do they call it? Italics. Ed then resumes, the essence of black magic is a pact with the devil And women who make such pacts become, in effect, brides of the devil on earth. And we're not going to finish this paragraph because this is old, this is outdated, and that is definitely going. If you think that I believe that, that's actually where I stopped. I stopped because then he gets into the racist, sexist, ugly part of it, and our author did a really good job of putting that at the end, so that's the last thing you're thinking about rather than the first thing you're thinking about. But the way Ed describes the witch burnings of the late medieval and early modern period is just, it's just historically and factually inaccurate, so I'm not going to put it in your head beyond that. All right, and now we go to the last 3 or 4, and these are very short, as we wind up where we begin. And then I'm going to get something to drink. I'm going to have a smoke. You get to watch that. I'm going to leave the live open, but I am going to post this to my Patreon. So you get a smoke, get a snack, whatever. We're going to take some time, and then we're going to work our way toward midnight. And we're going to continue after midnight. Tonight. I'm feeling good. This coffee is it's doing the thing it's supposed to do. And if you have to bail because of sleep, I fucking dig that. I'll see you tomorrow. These will be if I get to 0 at any point, I'll just end and open a new one so you have an easier digestible video for tomorrow. Thank you for being here, Jen. Thank you, Kerm, for your perpetual support. I don't understand why either of you is here. And thank the other 2 of you whose names I have yet to, well, Tax, if you're still here, thank you. Just thank you so much. I'm humbled and having the time of my life. Okay, so we're going to continue with Ed. And Ed says, the person's special characteristics change into a bony, distorted appearance, totally unlike the appearance of the possessed person. He's talking about when a person is possessed, their body shrivels up. Think about, and now 78 is only a year after 77. And so we don't have Palpatine yet. We don't have uh, episode 6. Yeah, we don't have episode 6 yet. So the Sith withering thing that you see in video games now, like I'm thinking about Conan Exiles. When you deal in magic in Conan Exiles, you get corruption. And I've never played that game. I just watch people play it. So don't expect me to care about the rules if you do. Your body turns all black and withered and Palpatine is how I put it. Ed does in time. He's before that. He does predate Lucas using that visually. And so that's interesting, and that's all it is. But we will look at Jane Roberts when this stuff isn't fresh, and so it's recency bias, but it's not like the most recent of your recency biases. And we'll look at her body and we'll ask whether it wasn't the activity that she got into as an adult. And now we come to our end, and these last, I think I did a pretty good job of this. I want you thinking about Jane Roberts, what we know about her mind, because I haven't given you very much biographical detail. Hey, Tax, the way I have this structured is that I don't exactly want you to feel like you're supposed to understand any of it. I'm just trying to have a way too deep conversation about something that frankly nobody really needs to care about to the degree that I do. To be fun and amusing. So what Ed says to us is that the demonic spirit isn't content simply to possess the body. So if what Jane Roberts is dealing with is a demon, if Seth and all these other entities that if it's a demon, and if it's a strategic demon like we've been talking about, so it's one entity, it could also be an entity that is behaving outside of our understanding of time and space. And that's not irrelevant. It's not something we need to dwell on, but here's the point. The demonic spirit isn't content simply to possess the body. The demonic spirit is a mind, and that mind is, quote, fixed on death, end quote. What he means is that the entity that you're dealing with is sort of like a Draugr in the Norse sense. It's sort of like the particular heroes who are able to remain in the body after death in their burrow graves. Hell is the original word for a man-made hill. If you know anything about Indo-European burials, man-made hills or hellas are barrow mounds. Burrow mounds. Barrow, how's that word pronounced? They're graves. They're barrow graves. And so they're mound graves is what we're talking about. And so what he's talking about and doesn't know he's talking about, and that's what I think is beautiful, and that is what I think actually does lead credence to the idea, is there is an intelligence behind all of this that's not ours, that thinks differently than we do, and is distinguishable from whatever God may or may not be, if we're going to talk about that, and we're fucking not. Just not. We can step in that in a different time. I'm already 2.5 hours in, and I promised myself I wouldn't go over 4 without taking a break. Anyway, 2 more passages, and these are relevant to what I want you to think about as we move back toward Jane and toward good scholarship. It doesn't matter whether diabolically possessed is a tyrannical world leader or a street killer. The objective is the same. One can kill many. When you understand this, then the demonic spirit's whole strategy starts to make sense. Until exorcism takes place, the body will be a house for one or more entities. The bottom line is there's nothing psychological about true cases of possession. In one major case of possession, the exorcist called as many as 98 different entities out of the body of the possessed, each and every one of which answered to a name. Although psychologists often mistake the phenomena for multiple personalities, the only multiplicity involved is the multitude of spirits possessing the victim's body. And now I wish that I were still on Twitter, and I wish that I knew whether Swonoggin were still listening, because that is the passage that I opened on, and I think I just gave you a tour de force, give myself a little bit of a pat on the back. The point that I want to get here, oh man, I closed that too. I'm never going to get that passage back. The point that I want to get to here is that in these cases, if you look deep at the House of Darkness, House of Light, I've been really trying not to name the Sally House. If you look at the Sally House, if you look at these places that paranormal investigators call vortices, they are not off. They all agree on it, and that has to mean something. It can't mean nothing. Even if what it means is that one person said it and they all wanted to get money, so they all keep saying it because that guy got money for saying it, that means something. That's something. It doesn't mean nothing. But I do think it means there's a particular kind of validity here. All right. Let me take a break for just a moment to at least pause or at least start up a new recording. Or I guess I should see if this recording is even still going. Hey, look at that. This recording is still going. So let's take a potty break. I'm going to stop this. I'm going to stop this. And then I'm going to export this. And my computer is going to panic when I do that. It's probably going to crash. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take a break. I'm probably going to get a pee break, maybe get a little snacky snack. And then we're going to return to this once this is done exporting. Yeah, because my computer is like, that's going to take me 10 minutes. I'm going to completely shit myself. And it's probably just shat itself on the stream. Did it shit itself? I'll find out. No, I won't. I don't watch these back. What am I talking about? I don't like myself that much. Okay. Hey, thanks for joining right as I'm about to take a break, guys. Stick around. I just let my brain slip a little bit. If you wanna ask me questions in the chat, that's a good place to go. I just put down reading, basically summarizing an entire book, and so now my head is spinning. I'm probably gonna have a little bit of a smoke, have a little bit of a snack, and we can chit chat from here if we like for a little bit. I know I'm not gonna be entertaining, and I do feel bad for that. For the future audience is gonna hate that. Let me get this out of my face. Oh, actually, this is coming off too. We're gonna. Oh, let's get real cash. That's a big book. Not as in it's a long book. It's a big. Ed is not unlike many people in the space that I now find myself occupying. In that he claims to talk at a common man's level, but he hits you with claim after claim after claim after claim after claim, and many of his claims are indefensible. Many of them are unprovable. And so what he gives you is the, well, I've got 10,000 hours of recorded ghost stories, and I've got a basement full of artifacts. And it's like, okay, well, hey, thanks, man. I know, Tax, I know a lot of my relying on Norse mythology. I love it. And I'm not repeating that, Kerm. Tax says that he loves the Norse stories too, and likes that I tie them into my thought process. And I appreciate that. I started doing that as a recency bias thing because of how popular Norse mythology is online, and I noticed that a lot of the things that were being said online about Norse mythology were not true. Yeah, I wonder about that too, Kerm. Speaking of things that aren't true, he says that 10,000, tens of thousands of hours of Ed Warren scripting people what to say into microphones. Um, and there are a lot of people make a lot of lies about the Norse mythology, and so I was just kind of passively interested, and I've always been interested in the Arthur myths. And so at some point in my life, I dove backward into the or some point in my adulthood, I dove backward into the Arthur canon, and just kind of tried to memorize it in a passive sort of way, like I am all of this stuff. Huh. That that's upsetting to me. If the if he could only produce tapes when journalists were around, and those tapes were, huh. I'll have to think about that, Kerm. Um, but I visited the Arthur canon because I just wanted to as an adult, and I wanted to textualize what people were like, when Rob was alike, what they were reading, what they were thinking about. And then I think I noticed, I thought that I recognized some of the older Arthur stuff. I thought I recognized Norse elements, and so I dove into the Norse canon. And the Norse stuff and the Arthur stuff, they they intermarry, they bleed back and forth stories. And what seems to be true is the Volsungs actually are incorporating Arthur, because they absolutely tell a fictional history of what Attila the Hun did. So there's something to the Nordic, the neo-Nordic worldview. Um, I don't I don't like calling everything Nazi bullshit. I don't even know if Tax is still with me to hear all of this, but um, there's something to the neo-Nordic worldview, and so I really dove at it critically, and it all of this neo-paganism, parapsychology, pseudo history, pseudo archaeology, whatever. People don't like it when I use that pseudo, and fair on them, but man, it all feeds. Huh. Kerm says Kerm says that a lot of the claims that uh, Ed was making in '78 in this book were just outright lies and have been proved to be outright lies as of the '90s or after the '80s or '90s. And Sarah Jessica Raphael was the '80s, right? Late '70s. Wow, that's I didn't know. So I don't want to know a lot of that stuff. I don't want to like I got to where I am now wanting to be a podcaster in large part from listening to the Skeptic's Guide to the Galaxy guys talk, and they hated Ed. But they were at the original guys of the Skeptic's Guide, the novella family. They investigated Amityville while the family still owned it. Like they investigated it in 78, 70, 78, 77 is what I meant to say. 76 or 77, whatever year that was. And it's really weird that they didn't know that Ed was connected to Andrea Perrin. And but that would make sense because the Perrins I think they're down in Georgia now. They left New England. Wow. And they're the New England Skeptical Society, I think, something like that. And they were really wow. I guess, man, I know a lot more about this stuff than I realized because now I'm remembering they were really antagonistic of Taps way back in the day. I wish this heart wasn't here. Yeah, it's weird and hard to understand stuff. And so I'm not asking you to understand it. I'm asking you to and a lot of what I'm asking you to do is just hang out with me while I try to figure it out. I'll figure it out. I'm certain that you will add insights, but together, definitely we can work our way through it, I think. All right, here we go. We're gonna start up part two of the audio. Give me just a second. Thank you for choosing the Shaggy Dog Philosopher. You know what you're doing here. You're on the Patreon. We're starting up part two. Live stream is still going at 2 hours and 50 minutes. Kerm is crushing it in the live chat, and I am not going to start up the Twitter space. I feel bad. The Twitter space has got the short end of the stick tonight, but it was the Patreon audience last night that got the short end of the stick. So everybody gets a short end at some point. Okay, so we're going to transition now to a book that doesn't have a good cover. I don't know what I did with the jacket. It may not have had a jacket, but this is Jean-Claude Schmidt's Ghosts in the Middle Ages. We read a little bit of this last night. This was the one I wanted you to see what my notes look like when I write in a book. And so I'm not going to read to you what my notes are. Eventually we'll read this. Maybe we'll read this whole book and we'll sit down and we'll break it up like I have been. But I want to read. Let's see how much. I don't remember the count. I don't want to read more than a. Yeah, I want to read just this chapter break. It's maybe a couple of pages. It's not a big deal. Not gonna hurt. Nah, I'm joking. Um, and we're going to transition back to the ghost experience from a person who's telling us about demons. I wanted to talk about demons because I closed yesterday on the idea that Jane Roberts, Seth slash Saison slash William James might not be a ghost at all and might be a demon or something else entirely. And so that's what I wanted you thinking about. And so now we're going to move from the 1900s, 1970s and earlier in the 1900s. We're going to move all the way back to the 4th century and Rome as it's collapsing. And we're going to talk about Augustine of Hippo and a guy named Evodius. I've never heard of that second guy. Augustine is an interesting character in his own right. That's the name of this chapter break in the first chapter of. Wait a minute. That's the wrong chapter. I knew I was saying something that didn't make any sense to me. So this is why you got to be self-critical because I make a lot of mistakes. That's not the page I wanted. I wanted to go right into the middle of this damn page where we were talking yesterday about purgatory and the creation of purgatory and the how one becomes a ghost. And we're just going to pick up probably not even where we left off, and I just want to read this almost at random for you. More precisely, says our author, Christian attitudes toward the dead, as the medieval church intended to define and impose these attitudes, were entirely contained within the notion of the memoria. This is where we left off yesterday. I want you thinking about this. This is very important. The remembrance of the dead. This was a liturgical remembrance reinforced by inscribing the names of those dead who were worthy of being commemorated into libri memoriales, that is, books of memories, necrologies, as they were called, and the obituaries of monasteries and convents. The liturgical memento was recited specifically on the occasion of the masses said for the salvation of the dead person, especially on the anniversary of the death. So, what we're talking about and why I'm talking about this is because in the Middle Ages, if you remember from yesterday, the church became very concerned with people returning from their graves. And so, as I was ending Jane Roberts, what I introduced were the Draugr, the zombies, effectively, of the Viking myths. And what medieval Europe ran into before the 1300s was that a lot of people were getting out of their graves. And because no longer had, as Loren called it, and this is why I wanted to show you the Warrens talking about magic and the history of magic, as Loren called it, something. Oh, she said the old religion is only called that in Italy, and it's called Vecchia Religione, but that's irrelevant. She says it's 4,000 years old. She used that number. The number is ridiculous and irrelevant. The point is that what is believed today by people alive today, and what was believed by people in the medieval period that we're talking about today, is that the Druids, by a name that's ridiculous to use, and any other of the shaman types of the medieval period, the German and what is today French and Scandinavian, significantly lesser degree in Spain and some in Britain, that these people had a handle on the funerary rite and kept the ghosts and literally the bodies from the dead from rising out of their graves. And so we've talked about how yesterday one of the things that would happen is the ghost had 7 days. The ghost would die, and then by like day 3 it would come back and it would say, hey, I'm dead, the afterlife is pretty great. And then by day 7 it was coming back and it was taking somebody with him, and then that process just never ended. And so basically your village is just dropping people at a person a week almost. And the church got really worried about that. It got really concerned, and this is how it dealt with it, was with these libri memoria, with these memorials of the dead. And so you can see them in churches. Some churches still do this tradition today. You can see it especially among like presidents of chapters of places, where they'll have like the big marble slab. I don't know why I'm doing this outside the confines of the stupid camera. You'll have the big marble slab, and then it'll have the names carved in it as they die. And so you have a finite amount of space, right? Like that is how that's one of the ways the medieval period dealt with the dead getting up and rising out of their graves. We'll talk about someday whether that was a psychological phenomenon, people just imagining it, or whether it really happened. Because the Eddas aren't clear either, whether people were actually getting up out of their graves. Hello, new person. The liturgical memento was recited specifically on the occasion of the masses said for the... I read that. But this word remembrance is in fact misleading. For the goal of the memorial was to help the living separate from the dead, to shorten the latter's day in purgatorial punishment, or in purgatory, and finally to enable the dead to forget the deceased. The living to forget the deceased. The rhythm of masses and prayers was therefore increasingly relaxed, and they lasted a limited amount of time. And so what this is telling you is that the ritual observance of funerals became expensive, not just in money, and sacrificed grave goods, but also food for the people who you went to the feasts. You had to have a feast, and in time, the amount of time that people were spending praying for the dead was becoming prohibitive. We will someday talk about the book. Oh God, I don't even remember what it's called. It doesn't matter now because I don't remember what it's called. But there's a book that we will talk about someday, and we'll probably read extensively from it in this same way because it explains how ancient peoples. It's called The Ancient City. It's old. It's from the 1800s. It explains the obsession and the fascination with ancient people and making funerary rites professional. We're skipping that because the medieval period didn't have professionals performing funerary rites. That's what this sentence just tells us, or this passage just told us. They were spending hours and hours a day. They weren't even they weren't making food. They couldn't eat because they were spending too long praying for the dead. The rhythm of masses and prayers was therefore increasingly relaxed, and they lasted a limited amount of time: 3 days, 7 days, a month, or a year. Rarely longer than that. The inscription of a name in the Liber Memorialis did not, I did pronounce that correctly. Liber Memorialis did not promise that the deceased would be glorified forever. This was reserved for saints and kings, but that the deceased would be rapidly included in the anonymity of past generations. So if we remember what Ed Warren just told us, the demon is in the anonymity. And so what I'm telling you is that Ed's Padre Pio, Father Gabriele Amorth style theology and demonology is directly running contrary to what the archaeology says the Middle Ages was actually like. Funerary foundations, although termed perpetual, that is anonymous. People wanted their dead to be anonymous. Now we want our dead to have particular names, specifically William James. Oh, dang, I'm sorry. I haven't looked at anything of what Kerm has just said. Thank you. Sorry for the break there for the new people to join us. Kerm was saying that he likes that I tie this to Padre Pio, and I feel pretty accomplished about getting Padre Pio into an average and just any YouTube video in a cromulent way. That I feel very accomplished for having done that. So thank you for joining me. Thank you for being here. Uh, let's get back. Actually, let me double check that I'm actually recording audio. I am. Okay, let's get back at it. We were just talking about anonymity, right? Oh boy, I'm so sorry for this. Funerary foundations, although termed perpetual, just as today we talk of perpetual concessions in a cemetery, did not escape the effects of human negligence or of dwindling finances. Again, I have to predict this stuff. I know that I just lost the two people who joined in and seemed to be pretty interested by reading, but I have to predict what these books are going to say, or I'm not doing anything. I'm just a passive participant, and who pays a passive? Well, there's a good answer for that. The the point that I'm trying to make here is that this became expensive, and the city, the ancient city. The point that I wanted to bring up, and the reason I brought up the ancient city, is because professional grave stuff. Egypt, their economy was professional funerals. When you make your civilization, and this is just how civilization started, but when it's wrapped around the funerary cult, it gets expensive and professional fast. And so Europe in the 1300s was just literate enough that they were trying to be Rome as the literature they had from Rome described. And that was expensive. Rome was expensive on purpose. In practice, the funerals lasted only for a time. The idea of a foundation of masses in perpetuity was, moreover, contradictory to the function assigned to suffrages for the dead. To free the souls of the deceased as rapidly as possible from the trials of purgatory in order to provide them a final resting place in heaven. And so that's the thing, is we became simultaneously obsessed with preserving the body because of our memories from Egypt, and preserving the soul because of Plato. And so we got confused in the 1300s in a lot of different ways, and I'll have to talk about another one later. But humans in Europe got very confused by the 1300s. In addition, many of the graves in the cemeteries were anonymous, and periodically the ground was dug up and the graves were emptied to make room for new bodies. That's so grotesque to me. I was having a conversation about graves in England with a friend, not Jan, Mark Ambler of Kane on Twitter. He's a great follow. We were talking about graves and a church that he was showing me pictures of. I've asked him to send me he likes to go church walk, graveyard walk, and I've asked him to send me pictures because I like old shit. Anyway, he sent me a graveyard that I don't know if that was a graveyard. I don't even actually know what it was. I know it was a headstone, and the headstone was it was, how do I want to say this? There was a path capped in headstones, and the headstones were all graves. So there was this path that ran up this church, and each stone in the path was a grave, and the path was literally protected with the bodies of the dead in perpetuity. And so the idea that sometimes those graves would be dug up and those people would be set free to an afterlife is nice, but the idea that well, that just didn't work out for the people at that cemetery. They're stuck there forever because we don't know what was done to their bodies. There's a certain melancholy and sadness. I feel sad about that, and he didn't like that I felt sad about that. Probably because people, well, when people feel sad about things we do, most people tend to feel like a guilt, like it's their fault or like they should be responsible for that. But he didn't do anything that made me sad. Those have been there for however many. I think it was the 1500s was the date on them. Beginning in the 11th century, lineal and genealogical remembrance experienced a true rise in popularity in aristocratic circles, sometimes benefiting from the support of the written word, but the remembrance remained socially limited and fragile. We must therefore emphasize the degree, that is, the author must therefore emphasize the degree to which the signs were ambiguous. The memoria, as a form of collective memory, was a social technique of forgetting. Its function was to cool off the memory under the guise of maintaining it, to soothe the painful memory of the deceased until the memory became indistinct. A classifying technique, the memoria put the dead in their rightful place so that the living, if they should happen to recall the names of the dead, could do so without fear or emotion. Okay. I think that's I'll these paragraphs are long, so I'll do one more paragraph. But that's what I wanted you to hear. Emotion. The pre-modern person, the pre-Freudian. And Jung and Freud independently took credit for what I'm about to say. The pre-psychotherapeutic person, the person who doesn't have access to therapy and pop psychology and isn't literate. That person is beset by terrors at all times. And so what they want, what Buddhism is about, what Christianity at a fundamental level became about, that is institutional Christianity, and this is something that I get in arguments with my buddy Tom Bombadil all the time, and I love the guy, but man, I want to punch him in his fucking face for some of the things he says regarding this. The goal was to make your life as simple as possible via professionals, via specialization. That's where universities came from. And we opened this. I don't think anybody was here for it, but we opened it 3 hours ago talking about slaves, serfs, yeomen, employees, and the different kinds of slavery, the different kinds of servitude, the different kinds of poverty. What we didn't talk about is, well, I closed that book, so I guess I'm done reading from that book too. What we didn't talk about is spiritual servitude, spiritual slavery, and what it is to be bonded and bound to a way of thinking in life. And we're not going to either, because that's what religion is. And I just want you thinking about medieval religion and what it is to understand that the only people who were called persons is people groups in my mouth. The only people who were called religious. Today, we have the distinction spiritual but not religious, right? There's a reason for that. The only people in the pre-modern world who were called religious were religious professionals. That's what that term means. To be religious means to be a professional. And typically that means to be either a monk, that is behind the walls of an actual monastic tradition, to be a priest, which means to be educated in an actual practicing magician, and that goes all the way up to the Pope. To be a cleric, which means to be an educated, literate bureaucrat. And then there are some other definitions that I want to be done with because I don't want to talk about ascetics. Ascetics hit a little bit too hard from home when at the end of this I'm going to ask you for $1 or whatever. Just hit me with a donation, please. So we're not going to talk about what that is. And that's all I have to say on that. I've hit 310. I'm right where I want to be. Let's spend some time with Jane Roberts. I think that's a good thing. I think that's what I want to do. I think I'm ready. I'm certain that I didn't say all about that last paragraph that I needed to, but this coffee is starting to wear off and we got 49 minutes before I go 4 hours, and that feels manic enough. What do you guys think? Here we go. Picking back up with Jane Roberts from Friday afternoon, January 28th, 1977. Exploring the frontiers of the mind, says her channeled version of William James, was more than a metaphor. The optimistic, aggressive, democratic march was to extend not only across the continent but to the very soul of the country. Unfortunately, the techniques that fostered industry and emerging technology were not those that best encouraged the research into man's mind. For one thing, the mind was to be harnessed, directed, focused in order to help man in his battle against nature and against what he saw as the unreasonable, savage impulses of his own nature. And here we are. I'm doing it again. I got to jump right in immediately to bitch about her prose. This synonyms thing, the triplicate synonyms thing is so fucking annoying, and William James just wouldn't have done it. It's bad writing. She's trying desperately to be Lovecraft. The triplicate adjective thing is fucking annoying, and it was outdated in the 70s. It's a dime novel convention where the point is to fit literally as many as long words in your book as possible so you can make as much money from having written it as possible. Putting it in William James' mouth is just a bad look. It's a bad look because it makes William James look like a dime novel. And what you don't want to be in 1978 is a sci-fi dime novel. Nobody wants to have written that. Nobody wants to be associated with it, especially not. Come on. Come on. Come on. Anyway, there was something else in this besides the harnessed, directed, focused. I understand that those aren't adjectives, that's triplicate, but those are the same word. And William James was not writing with that lack of economy, and he most certainly wasn't repeating himself in triplicate. That's an attempt to do the ancient Britanno-Nordic style poetry, and it's missing the point. The point was to not say verbs in triplicate. The point was to use exotic words where they would be heard as exotic. In the middle of a sentence, using three standard words, harnessed, directed, focused, those aren't exotic words. She completely misunderstands the point of the triplicate in the first place. And yeah, I'm going to get all upset about triplets. It was hacky as fuck and it's annoying. Thank you, Kerm. I don't even mind that that person left because I was getting upset about it. It's annoying. At the same time, the highest ideals of democracy were often pursued with brawling indifference to the needs of others, with a disregard for sentiment except when it met national or patriotic needs. Those needs were largely understood in terms of Protestantism, interpreted according to American interests. Godliness meant social works, but in a no-dallying manner. And God helped those who helped themselves. This is very interesting because the God helping them who help themselves thing is actually a 20th century German idea, if I'm not mistaken. It might be 19th, but it's stunningly modern. I did not realize how recent it was and how German it is. It's actually, again, she's quoting German Nazi nonsense. To that end, continues William James, the psychologist tried to retain a crisp manner, a clear-cut optimism, a scientific stance that all in all stood for no nonsense, except course that perpetuated in psychology's name. And that's true. That's actually true. Psychology was tight. Psychology had tight butthole disease in the 20th century. And what I wanted to say is she's actually wrong. A lot of the electrical technologies were developed specifically to prove ghosts. Edison was the radio was invented to speak with ghosts. In this general atmosphere, continues William James, it seems safest to me to concentrate my efforts in theory rather than practice, and to serve as a messenger of sorts between men working in the field, so to speak, and their colleagues in the universities. And he did. This is true about James. Yeah, Kerm just said that he prefers. That's not what he said, but he effectively said that he prefers Robert E. Howard to H.P. Lovecraft, and I do agree. They were contemporaries and they were pen pals, and Howard was the better writer. They both left us early, but Howard's story is sadder. Howard, good heart. He was a great man, a lovely, wonderful person, and the very people that drove this woman, Jane Roberts, insane. The very academics. I'll probably read this paragraph again, and I want you to think about it in the context of R. Howard and people who were hell bent to survive. He was one of them. He did not last. He took himself out, but he didn't want to, and you can really see it in his work, man. I get the sense I shouldn't be saying this. I should say none of this, but I get the sense when I read Howard, and then I read biographies, and then I've read some of his letters with Lovecraft and biographies, and man, you get a sense from Howard. Um, he's relevant. I talked last time about antique. I did talk about Shaver Mysteries last time, and I have talked about antique sci-fi and fantasy, and he was cutting edge when he was writing. And what he was doing was giving us a real but fictionalized history of the Sumeria that we couldn't interpret, we didn't have deciphered from the archaeology yet. And he was stunningly accurate. Now, he was reading cutting edge. He was reading all of the academic papers as they were coming out, but man, he was so good, so accurate. Um, and yeah, Jane Roberts is actually absolutely ripping him off. No, it's no, Kerm, it's relevant. I needed to wax poetic about how much better Robert E. Howard is at some point, because all of my heroes are suicides. I know I'm not allowed to say that word. It's fact. And Robert Howard is very much standing up here and saying, read his work, love that man, prefer him to Lovecraft is worth it, even if I lose somebody because they don't care. It's that he's great, and he what she's saying here, psychologists hated him, philosophers and historians, man, they drove him out of every publication. They did everything they could to ruin his career. They ruined his life. And so I'm going to read this paragraph again because it's actually from the perspective of him. What Jane Roberts is doing here, what she's saying in William James' mouth is right and needs to be said. To that end, the psychologist tried to retain a crisp manner, a clear-cut optimism, a scientific stance that all in all stood for no nonsense, except of course that perpetuated in psychology's name. In this general atmosphere, it seems safest to me to concentrate my efforts in theory rather than practice, and to serve as a messenger of sorts between men working in the field, so to speak, and their colleagues in the universities. I also settled upon certain other refinements, dictated certainly by the characteristics of my own temperament. This is good biographical information. She is right about that. Whether she took some time to read a biography or whether Rob told her, you're shitting on him a lot. He was a good dude. He was just wrong a lot. I don't know, and we'll never know. But this paragraph is fair to William James' legacy. That temperament, that is to say, William James' temperament, while attracted by the hurly-burly, the rambunctiousness of its time, he did say hurly-burly a lot, by the democratic spirit and action, was also aristocratic, withdrawn, one might say, queasy at the overrich diet of democratic comradeship. He wouldn't have said that. And also tinged by an almost certain melancholy. For a scientist, I was overly aware of my own states of mind, overly preoccupied with my moods, yet I was too critically attuned, too skeptical of the emotions to give them sway, and so lacked the emotional energy of the artists. And here, this is relevant. So we were talking about Ed being stunned by how, from his perspective, uncurious the scientists were with his Bachelor in Arts degree, and here she is with a Bachelor of Arts degree, stunned by how callous the therapeutic psychologists are and how disinterested the academic psychologist is in 1978. And so she's pushing that back to before 1910, but that's not true. That divide didn't exist in 1910. A lot of William James' work was encouraging religious professionals to also offer psychological therapies. No coincidence, then, Jane, as William continues, that I settled upon a critical analysis of states of mind. He did talk about states of mind a lot. Altered states of consciousness, that's one of his contributions to philosophy. The intellectual investigation or religious inspirations, the sometimes gloomy pursuit of man's triumphant spirit in death, since in life that triumph eluded me so steadily. This feels to me like Rob has been feeding her biographical information, because this sounds a lot more like what he was kind of like than the previous 30 or whatever pages. Had I tied these two characteristics of mine together, I could have ridden emotion's power into the highest states of creativity. And here now we're just talking, this is just Jane telling you why he died, I guess. I don't know. I don't understand the point of this, but we're back to 1978 being obsessed with emotion. Like emotion v whatever they think the opposite is. We're talking left brain, right brain dominance bullshit again. At least to the best of my ability, and at the same time given my intellect creative freedom, forming a synthesis that I know now should be the natural state of man's psyche, and an understanding of man's creative forces and of the tension between intellect and emotion can be found those thus far elusive clues to the powers of the psyche that do indeed allow it to continue its existence after death, though in an altered state of consciousness. Now, again, he did contribute the idea of the altered state to psychology. He did that. So she's visited his real work, or Rob has visited his real work and is bossing her around that she's not close before this. And so if one of the things that I want to do is talk to you about what I want to find as I move through this book, because I said fuck this book at some point. if one of the things I want to find in this book is whether she circles the drain and never hits the mark. Like, does she get there? Like like what I'm doing. I'm circling, 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 circling. Does she ever get there? I don't know. I want to find out. Sorry. We're going to end up reading that again. The clues to the powers of the psyche that do indeed allow it to continue its existence after death, although in an altered state of consciousness and in an environment that bears the same relationship to physical life as physical life does to the theater production, while combining the most creative elements of each. And now, he was a big fan of fiction. He was a big fan. He talked about Ivanhoe a lot. So she might be getting better. Jane tells us, after my writing for that day was finished, in a parenthetical, I'm sorry. After my writing for that day was finished, I decided to do some sketching for a change of pace. Suddenly, I found myself involved in a new kind of experience, the first of many, in which the James of my subjective experience reached out beyond his manuscript in one way or another. And this gets us kind of back to my calling Ed Warren scummy for painting people's houses. This particular incident happened quite unexpectedly. I was sitting at the living room table and had just opened my sketch pad, and the next moment, in my mind's eye, I saw a man seated in a study. I was sure that this was William James, but I wasn't sure whether I was seeing a portrait of James or an actual image of him in a chair. In any case, I drew what I saw, though not too expertly. I'm quite poor at perspective and at handling the proportions of the human figure. Excuse my hiccups. Instantly, as soon as I was done, I saw 3 framed oil paintings, 2 landscapes and a seascape, and I felt that these had once hung in James' study. The images were fairly steady. I knew I was supposed to duplicate them. I don't work in oils much at all, so I grabbed my acrylics and tried to reproduce the paintings. They were entirely different from anything I'd done before in just about every way: color, choice, mood, and composition. I was quite exhilarated yet frustrated. It's really difficult to translate inspiration into a medium in which you aren't proficient, and let me tell you that's true. And so let me ask you, you can tell me in the comments, what the fuck is she doing painting if she's not good at it? When I was done, I kept staring at my amateur work, comparing the paintings with those I saw in my mind. The mental ones were heavily painted and reminded me of old paintings I'd seen years ago in an art gallery. American landscapes of the 19th century, moody, featuring great trees billowing in the wind, skies lashed by storm clouds, and beneath, virgin romantic forests. And this has me thinking back to I listened to an education uh, great courses lecture, and in that lecture he talks about how in the 70s and the 80s it became a thing, and now it's really a thing, that we educate children to be more creative than right. And she strikes me as a person who had opinions about that argument way earlier than she should have even known that argument existed, whether you teach children to be more creative than correct. She strikes me as somebody who doesn't understand the creative process at all, and somebody who just doesn't understand her own emotion, let alone not emotion, imagination, to say nothing of what other people's imaginations are like. Did my attempt, she continues, represent paintings that had once hung in James' study? I'll probably never know, but I won't forget that evening when I painted so frantically and felt so close to James's surroundings and life. And this, it's hard to take her seriously. Did the portrait bear any resemblance to James? I didn't know that either. It showed a man with dark hair and beard facing the foreground. I just sighed and put the sketches away. I was somewhat bewildered, though, by the connection between James and my painting, since, as I've mentioned, I felt no such interaction when I was doing the Paul Cézanne script. Yeah, you wouldn't feel an intense urge to paint in Cézanne's style, because Cézanne was one of the masters. Cézanne is somebody that people would recognize, yeah, you're doing a real bad job of imitating that. But painting what you can tell people that they'll never verify was maybe, probably not, but maybe a painting that William James saw once in a museum, fine. Not even a museum, an art gallery. And you understand that art galleries can have idiosyncratic pieces, single pieces. So what she's done, Stephen Novella describes this better than I can, and I'm not going to be able to quote him because I don't remember exactly how he said it. But what she's done is she's just taken a thing, she's described a thing in such a way that what appears at first improbable ends up appearing probable because of your inability to understand how probability works. She just said some fancy nonsense to confuse you about how probabilities work. Like when people say, like, that okay, so the thought experiment, this isn't exactly what she's done, but a similar thought experiment is when people say, oh, you flipped 4 heads in a row, what's the probability of that? And the answer is 50%. It's 50% you'll hit it the first time, it's 50% you'll hit it the second time, it's 50% you'll hit it the third time, and it's 50% the fourth time. There is no like stacking percentages. It doesn't become like 0.01% chance that you'll hit it a 50,000th time in a row. No, it's still 50%, no matter how many times you flip the coin. And so what she's doing is she's performatively flipping a coin and telling you that it's getting more unlikely that it's going to land on a face every time. And it's like, it fucking has to land on a face, Jane. It has to land on a face. Telling me that it has landed on a face is telling me that evolution is the proper theory because we're here now today. It's like, yeah, we're here today, but that explains in no way how we got here. Stop it. Okay. That was the end of chapter 1. That's why I did that. Yes, Kerm, it is 3-card salad, or it's word salad with a 3-card Monty dressing, and that's exactly right. That's exactly right. You're probably just going to get green goddess anyway, and who wants that? Actually, who does want green goddess dressing while we're here? Every time I order that, it just looks like green ranch and tastes bad. What is that, and why do people want it? Okay, that's the kind of tangent I should be getting on. Let's go to chapter 2 as we work our way toward the last half hour of this, and then I'm probably going to take a break, get something to eat, cut the stream. If there are still people here, I won't cut the stream, and we'll just keep going until my voice hurts, and that's going to be in the next 2 hours. So, chapter 2, he calls this one depression, precognition, and the dynamics of creativity. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't actually finish the chapter. It still ends on this parenthetical, and I hate this parenthetical. It's so tacky. Several months later, however, in a national magazine, I read that James was an amateur artist. That was news to me and certainly implies that James was interested in art and may have had original paintings on his walls. Perhaps his amateur status made him sympathetic to my own painting efforts. Our interest in art may have served as another link between us, though our primary one is obviously verbal. Okay, so you have to know, you're psychopathological when you're worried about a dead person having sympathy with your inability to paint a painting that may or may not have been associated. Like, she's so dumb. She has to be so dumb in order to say all of these things and expect you not to go, wow, you're dumb. 2, depression, precognition, and the dynamics of creativity. Inside a parenthetical. Monday morning, as the snow fell, our new kitten raced through the living room, and my husband Rob painted in his studio. I sat down at the typewriter and started up again. With the first words, I knew that James was beginning a new chapter. He never gave any chapter headings, though, so I titled them myself when they were done. Annie Besant? I've never heard that name. Oh, cool. I'm so glad that, Kerm, I'm so glad that you came to this knowing who she is. You just don't understand how much of a relief I find in that. Okay, so Monday morning, January 31st, 1977. In life, let's do what we've been doing. How much time has passed between these? That feels like 2 days, right? 29th? 3 days. In life, the dynamics of creativity are hidden from us. This is William James speaking now. The dynamics of creativity are hidden from us in a way that logical thought processes are not. The dynamics of... Are you kidding me? Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry to get this upset, but she just wrote in a parenthetical about how she was insecure about a ghost liking her work, and now a ghost is going to tell her that it doesn't matter whether he likes her work or not. Jane, honey, read your work. Read your work back. Guys, artists, read your work back. Just read your work like you don't know it. Seriously. In the dynamics of creativity, what? In life, the dynamics of creativity are hidden away from us in a way that logical thought processes are not. Is that true of everyone? Is everyone as surprised by their creativity as she is? That's what William James did say. He did say that. He did say that people, when people try their hand at an art, a creative, I can't remember the quote. I'm trying to remember the passage verbatim, and I'm not going to, but he did say that people tend to be surprised. But that, oh, I do know who Annie Besant is. Yeah, I can't actually say my opinions about these people because they might still be alive, but she's not one of my favorites. Okay. I can yeah. I can suspend my disbelief that William James believed this, and so I can make it through this paragraph without getting annoyed. Let me try again. In life, the dynamics of creativity are hidden from us in a way that logical thought processes are not. A splendid natural scene, a strain of music, or the contemplation of a great painting often stores the emotions in a seemingly miraculous fashion, so that suddenly an individual's overall personality is altered. She, okay, this is how he describes the religious experience in varieties. But this language feels decidedly like a woman. It doesn't matter. I need to stop that. But for me, it's really important to know where the dividing line between the two of them is. And I understand that from the perspective you, Kerm, you, Jen, you, Tax, that I might be. I know my buddy Dex would tell me that I'm way overthinking it and I need to just push past it. But there's something that it won't let me. She continues, faith replaces doubt. Vibrant health retones the body. Intellectual faculties before strained by anxiety are quickened, sharpened, and yet filled out with a new power, attaining an additional substance or thickness content. This makes me so mad. Yeah, what a hack. I agree, Kerm. She's pissing me off. This paragraph, it's making me mad. She's telling me that the work will just do itself, is what she's telling me. And look, I just keep looking at her body. She's underweight, twisted, broken. Such experiences appear in small or grand manner in each lifetime, sometimes so seemingly insignificant that they nearly go unnoticed, perhaps not even changing our plans for the day, though altering the cast of those events in the gentlest, kindless way, or occurring as revelations that completely rewrite the script of a lifetime's future actions. See, Kerm, and I agree with him. Kerm says that Warren, Ed, scripted everything. And then here she keeps talking and she keeps using the word script. She uses stage and movie metaphors in William James' mouth. A, too much, he couldn't have, and B, too much to not be confessing to crimes, in my opinion. We cannot account for such experiences, he continues, intellectually, for the same scene that so inexplicably fires our emotions and rouses our awe may be one that we have passed unaffected countless times. The painting may have earlier struck us as quite mundane, and we may have heard that particular strain of music so often in the past that we automatically ceased hearing it for all practical purposes. Okay, so she thinks he's having an actual dialogue with her, that he's not writing this, that he's talking to her. The opposite, that's how, what I mean to say is that's how she can reconcile painting and then writing an essay about painting, is that he's talking directly to her, that his lived real-time experience is tied up. I mean, that makes sense. It could make sense that his real-time lived experience could be wrapped up in hers, but it hurts me to think about. It would be it would be so small a part of his lived experience. Would he, Of course, he'd be aware of it, but wouldn't it be fleeting? It's hard to ask a live audience to talk about the experience, like the lived experience of a dead man, but yeah, I've tried to throw this book out so many times, but I spent money on it, so I have to get my way through it. It makes me so mad, Kurt. That's why I call it hate read. I hate it so much. The opposite, he says, can also occur when an innocuous scene strikes us with sudden, sharp desolation. Desolation? What? I don't understand this. This is a common thing among New Age people to talk about the desolation and the pessimism and beauty. I know that, again, it's a silly thing to ask a live chat to explain that to you, but does any of you know what that's about? Yeah, I don't understand desolation. We were talking earlier, Jen and I talked yesterday a tiny, tiny amount about postpartum depression, but I don't think she's a mother. Maybe she's still bore and it hurt her badly. I don't want to know this biographical information because it builds a pathos. So there's a certain sympathy I already feel for her as believing she's a dumb person. If it also turns out that she's if it also turns out she's does it change anything? It still makes me want to say, well, don't read the book. Don't be like her. I don't know. I'm saying a lot of unformed thoughts. But this, I told you in the first reading, there's a melancholy in her words that I just can't understand. And I just don't understand this desolation that you see an innocuous scene and it strikes you with sudden, sharp desolation. Is that Mini Panther Mama? Is that a part of living in the Cold War era? Is that just something that I can't understand because I wasn't an adult in 78? The sight of a masterpiece plunges us into deep depression. She's comparing. That's what this is. This is what, okay, now I recognize her words. This is what the Buddha Gautama, Siddhartha Gautama, is talking about when he talks about comparing yourself to other people. The only way this is true, that to continue the strains of a familiar piece of music unaccountably touch off a melancholy, all the more desperate because it seems so out of proportion of the triggered event, is because you're realizing that you're never going to be as good as that person and you're comparing yourself to them and you're finding lack in you. What Jane Roberts seems to suffer from is an inability to find value in herself. And so she's looking for it anywhere she can find it, to the point that now even a dead man is telling her that she has value. I used to think that the somber New England landscape, says William James, accounted for my own melancholy to some extent, for the feeling of my consciousness at times mirrored perfectly the cold gray bleakness at times mirrored the cold gray bleakness of the world outside my cozy study. The ships coming port sounded a mournful note, as if the sorrowful dead, particularly at twilight, made a ring, arms entwined, gazing toward the land with nostalgic despair, filling the air with the sound of their dirge, a sound that merged with the ocean's roar, the ship's foghorns, and the whistlings and rattlings of the old waves. I keep forgetting as I'm reading this that it's supposed to be William James. This just doesn't seem like how a man in the 1800s wrote. It's not how they thought. Melancholy was a woman's illness. Yeah, dirge, these words. Look, William James was a sensational writer. He was a great writer and he knew his language. But these words, desolation, dirge, twilight, arms entwined, nostalgic despair, foghorns, these aren't these just strike me as they strike me as over poetic, romantic, sentimental, floppy fancies. Yeah, what he said. My intellect held me up to scorn for them, and I would confess them to no one. This is what I'm saying. I was right. She's telling you that she compares herself to the greats and she finds herself lacking. Yeah. If William James is writing the word dirge, it's because he's talking about an actual funeral song. Yeah. Staunchly reminding myself of the harbor's lusty bustle is something. Okay. There's a certain amount of I'm gonna end up cutting this short out of rage again because I fucking hate her words. This lusty bustle is a woman's idiom. The bustle is it's that fancy skirt on it's the part that went over your butt as a women back then to make your butt look bigger. It does make me upset. That's so funny. I wonder I would imagine rather the lights, commotion and shouts of the sailors. I would try to smell the odor of the day's catch, to hear the thumping of returning feet on the slippery wooden docks, and to see the barrels of cold water thrown over the glistening nets of fish. For all of this I had experienced often on long walks, and I always found the entire affair quite refreshing. And I remind you here that, yeah, Lucy Bustle, what is this, a bodice ripper? What she's doing is that thing I told you she was doing badly in the last chapter. She remembers that this is supposed to be historical fiction, so she's having him describe his lived experience like he actually lived it. Yeah, she's freestyling hack styles. She's going to go Hubbard. Absolutely. That's what's happening. Yet, when that particular fantasy overcame me, I was mentally struck inside by the sight of blind fish eyes staring upward, slimy, weathered rocks, the heart yet now distasteful, indifferent of the fishermen for the wiggling catch beneath their booted feet. You were close. You raised her, Hubbard, and she gave you Lovecraft. Was it for this sense cluttered desolation, this gluttonous denial of life for other creatures, that the dead yearned? I just don't know what she's talking about. It's not that I do know what she's talking about, but William James didn't write like this gluttonous yearning for life of what? Life. Look, I brought up Drangers because that's what she's writing about. She's writing about life as the undead experience, and it's bothersome. It gives me the heebly jeeblies, and it makes me literally want to burn the book. I wondered in such moods, what about life could possibly attract the dead, who were cleansed of such petty violences, who were absolved from a clamor of conflicting desires, in which victory for one was despair for another. For while I yearned toward comradeship and found conversation the liveliest and most civilized of social pursuits, I also found on my own occasions sickened I was also on other occasions sickened by the same kind of discourse and the same companions that at other times gave me the deepest satisfaction. And I just don't believe. Yeah, it's gonna go Poe. It did go Poe. It went dark and depressed for no reason. Really feels like what she went is, well, how would a dead man think? Well, a dead man, he would feel like, well, I feel because I have clinical depression and refuse to get it treated. Yeah, she told us beginning. You got to remember, she told us that she does think about her work while she's doing this. She does ask it questions. So if she's asking Ouija board style questions of the dead while he's talking, he is going to respond. And here she does. Has William James respond directly to a question she asked in her mind of the last paragraph. So why my fantasy, William James says, of the wailing dead? During such attacks of desolation, I felt too fastidious for life, even outraged by its conditions, drawn toward a life of solitary contemplation. Yet such contemplation, I realized, would only deepen my distress. Facts. If he felt this way, he would have reacted this way. He wrote about it. Yeah, she is thinking about a lot of other people's work and how it resembles other people's work. And rather than making the choice to do not that, which is the creative, she's doing the wabi sabi thing and trying to fix it for them. And she would have wabi sabi is a Japanese idea that beautiful things have to also be broken or stolen. Yet such contemplation, I reasoned, would only deepen my distress, and quite in line with my feelings rather than with my intellectual attitude toward them, out of nowhere there would emerge a barrage of dire images, gathered together in lightning swiftness from my entire experience, tragic events of my life, or from novels I had read, or dramas I'd seen, images instantly brought to somber yet brilliant life that only moments before had been buried in my memory. Yeah, she is. Kerm is crushing it in the chat. She's switching through pop styles, just every paragraph a different style as she tries to figure out what she's trying to say, and that shows evidence that she thinks about these. And so let's, you know what, drop her for a second and let's talk about Twitter creatives, because Bolivia Fang Bobby might be in here. She's not going to say hello to spite me, but she got mad at me episode 1 or 2. She didn't get mad at me, she got insecure, and I bookmarked it, so I closed it, but I'll pick it back up. And let's talk for a second honestly about internet creatives and the insecurity of being a creative in a market with people like, Ronnie Howard, or better yet, a market with people like Stephen King, where Stephen doesn't even have to be good. All Stephen has to do is wipe his ass and hand it to an editor, and they'll fucking make it a book for him at this point. And so the insecurity. And one of the things that very smart people struggle with is insecurity, dealing with not being the best. And it happens to university students. So one of the things, I was listening to an interview with, to bring him up twice, with David Berliner, and the host, the man doing the interview, said of David Berliner that it was said to David Berliner that for the host, it was a real experience, a real eye-opening experience about what other human beings could be like, the capacity for human intelligence, when he made it to university and he was around all these other brilliant people. And I wonder if narcissism isn't getting to that environment, to mix our metaphors, to go from the big fish in the small pond to the big fish in an infinitely big pond, or a medium-sized fish even. That's a trauma for certain people, and I have to wonder if I'm not thinking for the second time, having read this passage for a second time, whether Jane Roberts isn't just that kind of person. If she's not just the kind of person who was traumatized by not being the smartest, because for a long time she was the smartest person she knew. And so she got into the actual workplace, she got into the actual literary marketplace, and it turned out that she wasn't good enough, and that not being good enough pathologized her and broke her in some kind of way. And I do have to think that feminism, and you're not going to want to hear this, but I do have to think that feminism sets women up for that specific pathology of realizing that you're never going to be good enough. Because, like, let's think about it. A woman is never going to meaningfully compete against a man in sports. And so there's a certain pathology there. And if you're in the 1978 and you're not in 2024, and in 1978, everywhere you look, everything is telling you you're a university education that you paid a shitload of money to get and to finish, and that you worked really fucking hard to get that actual piece of paper that really matters to you and should. You worked hard for that. Telling you that you'll never be good enough. Even with all of that, you'll never be good enough. That's got to be hard on some people. I think I internalized it in the wrong way, but it's got to be hard. And there have got to be people that say, no, fuck you, I will be good enough. And then they fake it. They don't know they're faking it. And so there's a certain amount of, we have to be careful with AI. And I don't want to talk about AI. I really want to get into a deep conversation with my buddy, the Jay Nicholas, about AI and writing using AI. We spent about 20 or 30 minutes on the fireside chat that I do with Swole. But I really want to get into that before I bring it into Gnosticism and the spiritual realm and mediumship and what we're doing, because I am of the opinion that engaging deeply and thoughtfully with an AI machine learning program is exactly the same as doing what Jane Roberts is doing, and in no small way what I'm doing with my own creative writing. I forgot what I had just read, and I'm sorry for that. So we're going to probably read this paragraph again. So why my fantasy of the wailing dead? During such attacks of desolation in the same line on two pages in a row, the third line on 2 pages in a row is probably too many. I felt too fastidious for life, even outraged by its conditions, drawn toward a life of solitary contemplation. Yet such contemplation, I reasoned, would only deepen my distress, and quite in line with my feelings rather than with the intellectual attitude toward them. Out of nowhere there would emerge a barrage of dire images gathered together in lightning swiftness from my entire experience. Tragic events of my life, or from novels I had read or dramas I had seen, images instantly brought to somber yet brilliant life that only moments before had been buried in my memory. And I can't remember William James writing about hidden memories, suppressed memories, I think is what they're called. I don't remember him writing about that. I haven't read all of his canon though, so maybe I just don't know that. Maybe she knows more than I do. Maybe his ghost knows about him better than I do. My feelings had literally conjured these images into fresh existence, searched through all the important and trivial data with which I'd ever been concerned from birth, and presented these to me with a priceless organization that consciously would have been quite beyond my means if I were asked to draw up such a list of associations. The extent of such images seemed endless, providing a steady procession of tragic mini dramas, each deepening my morass until finally I simply refused to entertain them any longer and forcibly turned my attention elsewhere. What unwanted guest of the unconscious, what unbidden demonic company. There's your Poe, Kerm. There's your poem, your random banger in the middle of this paragraph. So I told myself, admitting no responsibility at all for their arrival and insisting instead that I was put upon by the dictates of a melancholy temperament that was mine, but not me. This reads like if Marx was really bummed out. Yeah, I gotta read Steiner's Ghost Library because because I suppressed the memory of all of, oh my goodness. I was unduly fascinated also with the progression of the generations in their twofold fashion, for each generation followed the previous one into life and into death, like some strange mermaids and mermen lifting above the surface of the waves, but without ever losing the fins of their true specieshood, and falling back into the ocean's depth after but a glimpse of the land. For surely this word is actually broken on the page. That's got to say reasoned. For surely I reasoned we were dead for longer than we lived, and that's, yeah. And how could life's brief iridescent light shed any real illumination into that vast darkness that surrounded life on all sides? She's getting closer. She's getting closer to his. Yeah, the Poe is coming. He says she went Doyle. Yeah, yeah. She's getting closer to the right century at least. Her prose is at least circling the drain and getting to the right century. She sounds like Doyle, and Doyle at least sounds right, if that means anything. And how strange I thought that life's concentrated focus was so full of conflicts, tumults, divisions, and questions that seemed by their very nature to have in life no possibility to resolve. Did one life possess enough stimuli to satisfy the dead for untold what? Why does that matter? Did the dead mull upon their life's experience, gnaw mentally upon the bones of their own contention? Was life like some unspeakable complicated problem in emotional mathematics, each soul given one and then sent back into the realms of non-being where concentration was expanded in some equally inexplicable way? But to what point? Yes, I have been trying not to say circling the toilet too. Every time I think about that circle, it's a damn toilet drain. But this, I'm glad now. I'm really glad now that I fronted all that Norse stuff, because this is Norse. The two of them here are saying, this is Norse magic. This is what sorry for frowning at you so much. Oh man, I can't remember his name. Gregory Saxanus or something like that. There was a Saxicus, maybe. It doesn't matter. Move past it, Shags. There was a Swedish, one of the very first Swedish medieval scholars, academics, wrote about this. Weird. Weird. That's weird to me. The dead mull upon life's experience, gnaw mentally upon the bones of their own contention. No, but they were wondering that in the Middle Ages. So she is Kermicus Rex. That's funny. But she was reading. Good for her though. I mean, like I always say, there's a certain amount of reading this stuff that does break you. And if she went into it without a good foundation, it would have broken her fast. So all of these thoughts assailed me as I heard the ships come into port, in direct contradiction to my conscious experience of the docks, and in spite of my cheerful appreciation of the fisherman's gusty diligence when I actually visited there. I don't understand. She is. Is that what it is? Is did Hamlet do the to be or not to be? That is the question. Whether it's his nobler to suffer that. Did he do that bit on a dock? Is that what's happening? Is that why she's putting this here? Is that why? Is that why he's fixating on fish all of a sudden? And if the dead did possess any secrets, if their mental mulling of their life's events gave them any solutions, none certainly appeared in the seances I attended, nor did any of my investigations of such affairs bring me comfort. This is so weird. Yeah, this is so weird. Like, the Norse did do necromancy rituals, but they didn't believe the dead knew anything. That was the joke of it. They didn't believe that like Mimir's head. The reason Mimir is only a head is because he's an anti-god, and it's a joke about losing your head, believing in the wrong gods, believing in the wrong things. The existence of clairvoyant and telepathic dreams was another matter, and though no real objective evidence could be ascertained, in my opinion, there was no doubt that man's mind could and did peer into the mind of another, and could also at times perceive the intent of the future. It struck me furthermore from the dream reports we collected that the dream events came together or were conjured up in the same way that my own dark waking fantasies were. I don't know that I believe that. Yeah. Kerm just said something brilliant. She's got like 6 books out and she's taping sentences together. We talked about that. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad somebody else said it. I pointed that out about her in the first or the second episode. She's bad about that, switching styles, even mid-paragraph. Where my images were confined to events from the past or present of my own experience, however, such dream images reached into future events and often involved experiences that were not personal. In this respect, the dreamer's mind sought from an interpersonal field of relationships those images that formed the dream, but organized them according to some inner hidden intent. The dream events seemed to just fall together, as did my fantasies, organized with an inner facility beyond normal conscious means and utilizing a far vaster field of information than is normally at hand. And then that's dizzying math talk. I don't even know. I just don't. My thing, I know you're going to get tired of me saying this. I know I got people coming in, going out, coming in, going out. It's not particular. It's not especially obvious why you should care at 4 hours. I get it. I don't even remember what I was going to say because it's been 4 hours and my brain's starting to get tired. But there's a certain amount of I don't understand what she's saying or why. There's a certain amount of I no longer understand why William James would be saying these things. I don't understand what's going on between the two of them. And so there is a certain amount of she is in a trance state. I believe that. Yeah. Thank you, Kerm. I'm not going to read all these. I know Kerm doesn't care if I read all these. You guys can join the chat and look, for those of you that are on mobile and those of you who can't, you can also not. That's fine. Where my images were confined to events, did I read that one already? Yes. It occurred to me that the dreams were notorious mood changers. Here she back is with her emotion moods. And that this, whether or not the dream events proved true, that is, the dream effects were often undeniable and led to definite behavior changes, even though the dream events themselves were not precognitive. Okay, so what she's saying is that when your wife or your girlfriend or you, if you're female, get mad at you or your boyfriend because you had a dream about them and they did something in the dream that you didn't like, that's a valid way to behave. Here's the thing, though. That's actually not bad scholarship. It's stupid psychology. It's a dumb way to behave. But that is, we're going to get in Ghosts of the Middle Ages that people that had visionary experiences like what we've described already, in that book and what we're having here, people did take dreams as valid supernatural experiences. That is a real thing. And hey, thank you for making it with me past midnight. I didn't realize I had crossed midnight. I know I didn't. I said I probably wasn't going to. So thank you for that. It's very humbling and very cool that you, Kerm, if you're still here, that you. I'm going to say your name wrong. I just know it. Here, tax. I just know it. Thank you. It's really humbling and really cool that you're here and that you're participating in this with me. This is a lot of fun to me, and I would have never made it this far in this book without you. So in a huge way, even without the finances, because I'm not monetized, and you don't have to tip. This is helping me in a huge way. Thank you. Yeah, it's deteriorating because she's ripping styles. Yeah, it's hard to argue any one claim because it's really it's just a writing prompt. How many different styles can I write through, and how much money can I actually make off this product? And look, two of you just came back when I said that. That was a quote of what Jane's saying, not me. It occurred to me, William James, Jane Roberts, that dreams were notorious mood changers, said that part. I reasoned then that those who were like me of melancholy temperament, but also more gifted, might dream their desperate fantasies only with an extra, far more creative twist, so that the details unconsciously chosen came not from private past or present experience, but were the result of a far more extensive ferreting in which the future also served. The private sense of disaster, I believed, could be of such intensity, the anticipation of a danger so acute, that some individuals in an accelerated sleeping state of creativity sought out those data from the future involving others not themselves, collected predictive elements, and dreamed events that were about to happen in the objective world. I no longer know specifically what she's talking about. She's deep in this trance. It's becoming nonsense to a certain degree, which means that I know I cut myself off in mid sentence. I can't read and talk at the same time. Tax, that's a wonderful comment. Thank you so much for saying it. Um, the dream thing, the trance state of what's happening to her. I do this. I've told you this before, but I will when I go to bed and I need to fall asleep, but I'm not tired. I will start writing, because what will happen is I'll fall asleep and I'll wake up a few paragraphs, sometimes pages later. Um, and I write some of the you will write some of the trippiest nonsense in dream states. I am eating the croutons. I'm glad you're enjoying it. This is meant to be edutainment, and in the truest sense. Thank you for being here. But these sentences are discorporating because she's in a trance state, and so she is falling asleep. So, but to what purpose? For surely precognitive dreams of disasters must lead to feelings of helplessness and confusion. And that's interesting, because what led me to all of this was the Mothman prophecies. Holy shit. The movie is whatever. The writer of the movie is a pretty cool dude. I used to talk to him on Twitter a fair bit. And the book, though, John Keel's The book, The Mothman Prophecies, messed me up. How to warn the unknown passengers of a train that on the tracks ahead lies a certain collision. Yeah, so now we're back to, now she wants to jump. Everybody, whenever anybody wants to do philosophy, the only thing they've ever got is the trolley problem. You can tell who took philosophy 101 and who didn't, by who jumps immediately to the trolley problem and who's never heard of the trolley problem. Into what depths of suspense must the dreamer of such a tragedy be plunged? Caught wondering and waiting to see whether or not the disaster will in fact occur? Imagine some man or woman worriedly scanning newspapers for such reports, questioning if the dream could in any way be responsible for the ensuing events if they do occur. So what psychological value could such dreams provide? And it is interesting to talk in 1978 about precognition, because what oh damn it, I can't remember the what's the psychic spy program called? Kerm, you're gonna know the answer. um Was it just called Spygate? The damn psychic spies with the CIA. I was reading their books. The guy that the Serpo Project is one that I was reading recently, and that all was happening in the 70s, 60s, and 70s. And so, if she does in fact know Stargate, thank you. If she does in fact know these government people that she did in fact know, all of this that she's saying is real. All of this, that last sentence. So what psychological value could such dreams provide? That's real. The CIA spent something stupid like 50 years meaningfully tracking that answer down. Meaningfully. They really wanted to know, can we stop Russia from bombing us by seeing it in dreams? The Men Who Stare at Goats is a great movie and an even better book. Ronson Henry, I'm always wrong about that. It's probably John without the H. He's a great writer. He's a really funny interview too. I found some answers late in life, though examining my own dire fantasies through examining my own dire fantasies, though they were waking ones and not precognitive. Some of us, more than others, it seems, are struck by a sense of life's vulnerability, and though we may learn to display the hearty, everyday manner of our more blustery neighbors, we quail, cringe, and protest against characteristics of life that others quite take for granted. And here I want to jump in with what I recognize. That reads like Aldous Huxley. A bird with a broken wing, a caught fish, dumb mouth open, the household kitten trailing the dead mouse, blood spattered yet protected from crime by his innocence, and the bouts of illness with which children are often afflicted. These injustices forever capture our notice. How we envy the bustling mother who reacts in a practical manner, certain that tomorrow the child will be outdoors at play, while we see the funeral in our mind's eye and imagine the crying relatives. In any case, these are those of us who in life expect the worst turn of events, whose very blood would seem to have a dull gray cast, whose freshest thoughts are tinged by regrets and over-conscientiousness. I hate that. I hate that I read that out loud. I hate pessimism. That's a weird thing to say, but man, I just set myself against it in a sort of oppositional, defiant manner, and I just hate it, and I just don't remember pragmatism being about choosing to be sad. I remember in pragmatism in the meaning of truth, I remember William James advocating being not sad. Yeah, she's got a thing going on, hasn't she? Tax said lusty, bustling, gusty, dusty. Yeah, she's got a thing going on. She thinks she's a poet, and she thinks she's a poet in the medieval style. They liked doing that. They liked the alliteration of sounds, especially the sound. You're absolutely right about that. She's trying to show off. And see, I began part one with Andrea Perrin, and I thought that what I would do is I would just do a lot of this with Andrea Perrin, and I wouldn't have to criticize how bad Jane Roberts' prose is, because I thought Jane Roberts would at least have a singular style that is her prose. And I really hoped that that style would be imitating or aping William James. But in fact, the reason that Andrea Perrin writes in literally every single English style is because her literary favorite as a child she was this woman, and she writes in literally every style. So Andrea got it honest. Yeah, Chaucer can bite it. Continuing, such is the certainty of disaster that in a given day, if none be found, the pressure grows. For from what hidden avenue might life's retribution come? Any excuse at all to hang such a feeling upon is better than none. Fantasies will serve. If the melancholy person hides that anxiety from himself promptly with moral rectitude, dismissing such sentiments as unworthy, then perhaps in sleep that need triggers creativity to such an extent that the dreamer reaches into the future for an event to pin his anxieties upon and hence to express them. And I'm okay with Jane saying this, actually. I kind of like that paragraph. It's a fine explanation of what dreams are about. It's wrong, and it's not how William James wrote about this stuff, but she is at least trying to get closer to what his work was actually like, which means Rob's helping. If the foreseen event involves others, not himself, what a sense of relief. Disaster, yes, yet the dreamer was right, and his feelings of anxiety were justified. It is. It's Kerm Life Study says I feel like this is the 1970 emo kid handbook, and it is. Absolutely, it is. This is the handbook for how to be a new age dickhead, how to be a goth kid, all of it. You're absolutely right. And I did that to myself. If the foreseen event involves others, not himself, what a sense of relief. Disaster, yes. Yet the dreamer was right, and his feelings of anxiety were justified, while he himself is saved. And I should have thought about that. I don't know when John Keel published. Huh. I'm sorry. I don't know when John Keel published the Mothman Prophecies, but I've read this paragraph twice now, and it does remind me of what John Keel describes in the Mothman Prophecies. So this is accurate to that degree. The foreseen catastrophe also provides a continuing drama as the anticipated events are nervously awaited, so that the melancholic feelings of which the individual is ashamed can find a carrier to hold their content. She has a weird. Oh, was it written in the 70s? It wasn't written in the 80s? Okay, so she might have read Mothman, and she might have some ideas about John Keel's. I want her to, because John Keel is one of my very personal heroes. I know that he might have been full of shit, but I like him so much better than not Barker. Fuck, what was his name? Gray Barker. I like him so much better than Gray. The artistically gifted might instead paint a dark landscape of swirling storm clouds, or disaster at sea, or some other painting whose deep shadows and stern visage suggest the despairing passage. This is interesting to me. She is getting better. She is improving as she goes along, because there are a lot of people who used to do this. This was Nostradamus's move. The poet might write a somber verse, a dirge, or ode to death, but the hidden creative powers lie beneath all of these achievements, despite their content, method, or final form. Yes, Kerm says that it's accurate that she's ripping off Keel, trying to rip the purple out of Keel's prose. That's actually what I like about Keel, is how purple he is. So if this is, yeah, that's why it keeps giving me. There are moments where I'm like, okay, and then there are moments like no, and then there are moments like, oh, okay, and then there are moments like, yeah, I'm starting to get excited. I kind of like this. Yeah, she's not a good writer, but she is a very good ape. And now if she's blaming the dream state, that could be very interesting. She could do a very good argument. That's why I said that the AI is interesting, because she could make a good argument that she's channeling all of these different people, and that's why they all sound like William James. And behind the creative powers lie the majestic energies of the emotions. I just don't believe that. Those same emotions that I envied in others during my life, while I treated them like psychological stepchildren in myself, unless they paraded in their best Sunday clothes. I also don't like all purple prose. I don't like most purple prose. I just like Keel. Maybe what I like is Keel's audiobook reader. Might be entirely possible. It was only after death that I understood life's full achievement, appreciated the fine focus of consciousness tuned so precisely and triumphantly to no one place and time, and felt the power of earth-dimensioned life, as in life I had never known it. As a result, I came to terms with my own spirit and gave it its freedom, while in life I overtended it, believing that it was all ill-served by morality's experience. It is to comment upon that earthly experience that I now once again shape the components of my consciousness into that general cast they once possessed, and adopt to some extent the characteristic bent of thought by which my works were known. And yeah, now this is, yeah, Jung, right, Kerm. This is why I don't like purple prose, is because the intuition, the instinct, the inclination of the purple poet is to repeat themselves a lot, because I could have said that better, I could have said that differently, I could have said that better, I like how I just thought I could have said that, instead of just picking one and saying it, and then just writing a different book if you want to describe it differently. To do so will at least hint of those creative aspects of personality that lie beneath each shadow, and allow it to reach into dimensions other than its own, out of the strength and power of its own intent. In life, I was, of course, aware of those with cheerful temperament whose natural feelings, left alone, were optimistic. Here we go. She won't say pessimism, but she will say optimistic. Those who seem genuinely content. I don't think optimism and contentment need to be similar. I don't think they even need to be synonymous. I don't think so. I don't think that I think I've had an absolute dick punch of a life, and I prefer to think good thoughts. I don't think I don't think that you have to. I'm not content with this. I love you, but I want you to have more people to hang out with and talk to than just 2 or 4, right? I, I don't understand how anyone could think that, let alone William James. I don't know why I did that to myself. I should not have closed the book. I'm sorry. And I envied them, while still suspecting that they were of shallow mind, given to easy emotions while blind to the passions. And here's the thing: William James was William James was a major proponent of American Buddhism. He was a big part of why Buddhism found a foothold in the United States. And and I just don't. There's a part of me that forgets that that was telling you the other day is that I have to remind you that this isn't really William James speaking, because I'm going to forget that this isn't really William James speaking, and that she got me for a second. Yeah, closing this book would never be a mistake. Yeah, but look, man, I paid money for it, and there's 200 pages to go. I'll persevering through this isn't actually real adversity, but persevering through adversity is what I'm telling myself it is. I just don't I don't know, man. I just don't like I don't he was a pragmatism for him was about choosing what makes you want to go out and and do your best. And I just can't believe that does pessimism make you want to show up to work on time? I just don't believe it does. Or I romanticize them on other occasions as natural man, human, but as innocent of moral challenge as the kitten or tiger. I don't know that he used that initial caps, natural man. The idea of the life force intrigued me, and I could envision it in man or woman or child or in the individual, but had the greatest difficulty in perceiving its existence in any given person. And while I theorized about its force, I felt within myself only the probing need to feel that power I imagined any simple animal possessed. That's interesting, because that's not how um, that's not how anybody really, that what he's talking about here, this, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I need to stop debunking. I just don't I don't like that in William James' mouth as a creative exercise. And what I wanted to talk about with that paragraph is irrelevant anyway, because today we talk about identity politics and our sexual and gender politics. We talk about how children are gendered, and children were only gendered starting in like the 90s. Here, she doesn't gender children: man, woman, child, and initial caps, all of those words. I looked, therefore, for its evidence in others and in the experience of paranormal events as they were reported to me, and largely ignored the thrusting drive of my own emotional life, which struck me then as an impediment of sentiment against which I must exert all the energy of my will and intellect. I wanted to examine the emotions without feeling them, study the nature of creativity while holding myself aloof from its full sway. Maybe what we need to do, we read a little bit of his essay, but maybe what we need to do is we need to just sit and read the varieties of religious experience. But I seem to remember a direct quote in my mind that I'm going to, of course, paraphrase, of him encouraging the Scottish school to feel their emotions deeply, but not allow them to affect their decision making. He called not feeling your emotions another kind of trauma, another kind of psychopathology. Yeah, what Kerm just said, the truth, with like alite, unassailable truth. I don't even like William James, but I'm going to read what Kerm said, because what Kerm said is right. James wrote about agency more and better than any philosopher could. Could is the correct word. Could. Because he wasn't just a philosopher, he wasn't just a psychologist, he was a deeply invested, practicing hermeticist. Kerms continues to say that's why he hates Jane Roberts so much, Me too. And he says, I love me some James. And I also deeply love William James. I would also just really like to punch him in the face in a bar fight. And those are different things. I would also love to slap my brother in the face, but I haven't spoken to him since 2009. So similar emotions. And that's why I say this Jane Roberts gave us a terrible curse by insisting on making decisions with your emotions. Because if I were to make the decision of my emotions read this book, I just wouldn't do I wouldn't do Hate Read 1-5. We wouldn't get Shaggy Dog Chew Toys 1-5. We would get 2-1. Because I'd say, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna read something I don't hate. Or I'm gonna read something that maybe I'm funnier about, or I'm gonna read something that's maybe less difficult, or something like that. If we just do what our emotions tell us to do, we're never going to do anything. Okay. Hey, thanks for that, Kerm. Kerm tells us that James and Thomas Locke showed him what pragmatism was by seeing both sides of the agency argument. And so maybe what we'll do is maybe we'll that's a good idea. I haven't read any Locke, so maybe we'll visit Locke together when I have some of his books. Okay, so I went and lost my. Here we go. I'm probably going to end up reading the paragraph again. I looked therefore for its evidence, that is the power in others and in the experience of paranormal events as they were reported to me, and largely ignored the thrusting drive of my own emotional life, which struck me then as an impediment of sentiment against which I must exert all the energy of my will and intellect. I wanted to examine the emotions without feeling them, study the nature of creativity while holding myself aloof from its full sway, explore the force of life by standing apart in lofty isolation, promote the brotherhood of democratic man while confining my personal relationships to the scholarly, and most of all to find scientific evidence for the belief in God by assiduously maintaining an objective stance against any emotional belief that might jeopardize the framework of disbelief that made the search itself respectable. I can't think any of that is historical. Some of this intellectual posturing was in response to the times. Yet, to however weak an extent, I molded times in turn, marking them with a stamp of temperament and belief, even as my contemporaries each did. And also, to some extent, those characteristics uneasily mirrored the generation that came before, that believed in faith, good works, the hand of God's destiny. And yet, in the face of tumultuous growing industrial events, dared not criticize the daily national experience that faith had wrought. Am I wrong, Kerm? Tell me I'm wrong. Yeah, thrusting. Thank you, Tex. Uh, any of you, tell me I'm wrong. Oh my goodness. That, here. And also to some extent, those characteristics uneasily mirrored the generation that came before, that believed in faith, good works, the hand of God's destiny. Why is she writing about this like it's like he lived? Why is she writing this like he's in World War II, like it's the 50s? He wasn't alive in the 50s. They didn't have a devastating war. They didn't have all this generation talk back then. Yates. I don't know Yates well enough to comment on that. Kerm, is it the? It was Yates. Did he? I don't even know what. I don't even know how to ask. I don't even know how to ask that question. We're very much almost done with this chapter and with tonight's recording, but I don't I don't think that last paragraph I just read is true, and I don't want to keep reading it. Some of this intellectual posturing was in response to the times, yet to however weak an extent, I molded the times in turn, marking them with a stamp of temperament and belief, even as my contemporaries each did, and also to some extent those characteristics uneasily mirrored the generation that came before, that believed in faith, good works, the hand of God's destiny. Was there a major atheism that happened in the 1910s of which I am unaware? I think that's the question that I wanted to ask you guys that are here with me. Future audience, tell me in the comments, was there a major atheism that happened around 1890 to 1815 of which I am unaware? Because my understanding is that we went to fight World War I and World War II as very, very happy practitioners. You're saying, yes, sir, there was an atheism that happened in the United States circa 20, the Dust Bowl? Wasn't that the 30s? I don't know. I'm sorry, recorded audience. I'm sorry, anyone who's not Kerm right now, as I'm trying to figure this out, because and a certain amount of this has to be for my own development, and that's a question that I don't know the answer to. If she's describing a broad atheism as a result of, let's say, 1890 to 1915, she's talking about H.G. Wells, and she's talking about C.S. Lewis, and she's talking about Tolkien, and she's talking about a tradition that I'm unaware of. I didn't know there was. My understanding is, yeah, my understanding is exactly what. Thank you for saying that right when you did, Kerm. Sometimes I need to be after the information, not always ahead of it. Kerm says, the Great Awakening during the time Joseph Smith was doing his thing. And that's what I was thinking too, is that there was an intense doubling down of faith until Jane Roberts' era, the 70s. Oh, interesting. Okay, he's telling me that there was a big push in atheism. Interesting. Interesting. That's really interesting. Okay, I know I'm saying that a lot. I'm thinking and I'm adjusting my history timeline here for a second. My understanding is that let's say from 1880 to 1920 was a uh, magifying, like a magic, like a making Christianity magical. I never heard. Even I don't disbelieve you. I don't read a lot of atheist authors. I read a lot of Christian authors, or obviously in this case New Age authors, and I've never heard either side talk about an atheism. But what's that movie? Shit. I've brought it up in every one of these podcasts, and now it's just gone. Oh my god, I'm starting to get tired of my brain. You just blew my mind, Kerm. Atheism was huge in the 70s. That's what I'm trying to say. Atheism was making a huge, huge social push in the 70s. So was there a 100-year lull that I'm unaware of from like 1870 to 1970 where atheism really just blew up in the underground and I just didn't know? And that's part of why I don't understand what the fuck this book is going on to, and who is reading this, who wants to have psychic powers but also hates God. Atheists, that makes sense. Okay. Weird. I'm going to push past that because we've got 2 more paragraphs to go, and then it's 4.5 hours. Feels like I've worked plenty hard today. If God was in his heaven, says William James through Jane Roberts, and all was right in the world, and if democracy was the favored form of government, divinely protecting men's rights and freedoms, if free employment and competition were the answers to poverty and the class systems of European heritage, then what about child labor and the notorious conditions in factories and sweat houses? Well, there's your metamodernism. There's your I always talk about him, Howard Zinn. I did not expect to find this paragraph. Yes, he's right. I mentioned it and then I let it get out of my thinking. I mentioned it in the first one and then I put it out of my thinking. Kerm says that I'm missing the part about how she tried to market this to every edgelord she could find. And yes, she was the feminist Edgar Cayce. Good night, Jane. I'm wrapping up. You're not going to miss very much. Thank you so much for hanging out with me for so long. we call her today, and she was known at the time as the Feminist Edgar Cayce, but her audience was decidedly masculine. She was not accepted among the female circles. And so that's something that I'm not keeping in my head. And how could I ask you to keep it in your head? Thank you so much for this. Is why I wanted to do this in public, because I can't think everything in the first pass, if that makes sense. And these obsessions with child labor, etc., those happened. Isn't that the 1920s? Didn't that happen after? Didn't that happen after James? It doesn't matter, but like we talked about it a little bit in a previous episode, and that's going to happen increasingly as we move forward. And I'll stop saying it as much, but no, I won't. Railroaded. Railroaded is an absolutely phenomenal book. If what I'm trying to do is give you context about these people that she's making claims about, and her description, the way she describes the 1800s, especially after the 1850s. There's another book I read that's really great about the installation of the telegraph and the installation of the telegraph, telephone, and railroad system in the 18 and early 1900s is important. You need to know. You need to know how the government worked, how the business worked, all of it. Broad strokes, but you want to know, because she's arguing things that a person after Howard Zinn in 1978 would hold self-evident, that sweatshops, child labor, class systems of European heritage, Marxist evils. She's holding all of these Marxist evils as evils because there's a certain amount of just, you have to be Marxist. I don't want to bring up my recency bias all the time, but David Berliner, I said his name wrong, said something really interesting where he said he asked the question and then didn't posit an answer, but the question's worth answering, and I am working on it, but here's not the space. He asked, how did Marxism sweep every field, so thoroughly sweep every field? And the question is worth exploring. How is Jane Roberts so Marxist? How did that happen? So we were often torn between faith and doubt, fascination with technology, and an alternating romanticization of nature. Uneasy between the overall sentiment and the overly critical stance. I don't think the overly romantic of nature didn't happen in the 1800s. That happened. You can't make cities of steel and parking lots. They didn't make parking lots, but you can't make cities of steel, and you can't put up telephone poles, and you can't do all the things that were being done industrially and the nature thing. That was among a particular kind of East Coast elite, and the Romantic period was the 1600s, wasn't it? Weren't the Romantics the 1600s philosophically? She's off by hundreds of years, is my point. In my study, isolated with books and trusted companions, I theorized most easily and readily about the brotherhood of man, while personal encounters often left me annoyed and despairing, and led me to question those moral principles that I followed in my mind but found so difficult to experience when I met face to face with my fellow men. And she just kind of ends, she just kind of ends mid-paragraph, like that's her move. And so that's the end of that paragraph. And so that's actually the end of that chapter. And that feels like, as soon as I can remember where the hell I ended off so I can put a bookmark in there, that feels like exactly as much as I want to do today, because my brain suddenly don't work. And I don't know. I don't know. Did I read? Did I skip a bunch of pages or something? Oh well. This book is confusing, and I don't know how that happened unless this is... I must not be going far enough forward, that's all. Okay, you don't need to see me do this. I'm sorry. I am tired, and this is what happens when you're tired. Your brain just stops working, and you get distracted. You get to focus on things that don't matter. And what I need to be doing is thanking the live audience again, sincerely and from the bottom of my heart, with all of my energy and limited focus that I'm willing to give to you now. Thank you, Kerm. Jen's not here anymore, but the other two of you that have stuck around for the time that you've stuck around, thank you for sticking around for this long, even after I said that I was done. It means a lot to me, so much to me, actually. 4.5 hours is a long time to read. It's a long time to think this hard. And it's a long time to listen. So thank you very much. That's super duper cool of you. I have nothing else to say. I have no plans moving forward. We're going to continue reading this. We're going to continue reading from the Ghosts in the Middle Ages. I'm going to continue finding pieces about ghosts, pieces about the ghost experience, other expanded material, so that we can have as comprehensive a feeling of understanding the environment that we're working in when we're engaging with Jane Roberts as possible, so we can kind of have we can leave this experience with the habits necessary to not be taken advantage of by a cultist. There you go. I'm going to teach you how to not let me take advantage of you. How about that? That seems like the kind of thing that somebody like me should not do. It seems like what I should do is teach you to let me take advantage of you so I can buy a nice, big, expensive house the way Jane Roberts did. And that's all I have to say. She may not have actually bought a nice, big, expensive house. I don't know. I shouldn't say things like that on mic and do a live camera, because they can get you sued by her estate. Thank you. I have no real hate for her. I wish her only the best. I wish her estate only the best. Same with Andrea Perrin. I may have hate what they've made, but I feel like once you hit send on that request to an agent, or as soon as you click publish, or as soon as somebody presses the fucking purchase button on the online store, it belongs to them, and they're allowed to think and feel and say whatever they want. And I'm done now. Good night. Thank you so much. Kerm has really elevated my performance tonight. Tax, it's been great to get to know you. Great to meet you. Kerm, good night. Everyone, good night. Good morning, wherever you are. Thank you so much. I have no plans. Until next time, I'm going to get something to eat. You should probably do that too.